Xiao said, "Since Ling is not here, I don't want to talk to Ding Peng anymore. Ask him to arrange 2 guest rooms for me. I'm a little tired from the journey. I'll take a rest first." This by The guard was dumbfounded and said, "Lord Cloud Sky, this isn't too good, is it?" "If it's not good, then forget it," Xiao said. "I'll find a hotel to stay in first. When Ling comes back, you can inform me." He did not have a good impression of Tianyuan Trading Company, especially Ding Shan, who was the biggest suspect in the Yuanbo incident. Now that Ding Ling had stepped down from the acting president and was under Ding Peng's control, he was too lazy to join Tianyuan Trading Company. "My lord, don't go, Ing Luo." The guard jumped in fright and broke out in a cold sweat. "I'll report this to the young master. I hope that your excellency can stay here for a while and not make things difficult for me." Very quickly, the guard ran out again and said, "Young master said that since Lord Cloud Sky is unwilling to see him, then find a nearby inn to stay in." Xiao chuckled. Ding Peng's attitude has changed after he became the young president. "I suddenly want to see him again." The guard was dumbfounded. He said bitterly, "Isn't Lord Cloud Sky deliberately making things difficult for this little one?" Xiao patted him on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. You're not qualified to make me deliberately embarrass you. I have the first-class VIP card of Tianyuan Trading Company. It's not too much to see a young president like you, right?" He took out a token and threw it over. The guard's hands trembled and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He said with a sad face, "Lord Xiao, you clearly said that you wanted to stay in the hotel by yourself. Why are you making things difficult for me now? If I go in and report again, the young master will beat me to death. I still have an 80-year-old bayan at home." All right. "It seems that Ding Peng really doesn't like me," Xiao interrupted. "Forget it. Tell me where Ling went and I'll leave." The guard then handed the token over with trembling hands and said, "Miss Ling seems to have gone to the Star and Moon School, but I'm not sure." "Star Moon School?" Xiao's pupils constricted, and his face grew serious as he said, "Are you going to meet the master of the Star and Moon School, Han Junzi?" "That's most likely the case," the guard replied. "Miss Ling and Mr. Han Junzi have a good relationship, so how would I know the details?" "Not bad," Xiao said. "I'm very satisfied with your answer. I'll go this way." He took out a bag of vital stones and threw it to the guard, saying, "Take these. I don't dare to take this Pisho lightly." The guard was surprised and happy. He pulled the bag of primeval stones tightly and pushed it over. "It's just a small token," Xiao said with a smile. "Take it." The guard was overwhelmed by the favor and said gratefully, "Thank you. Thank you, Lord Cloud Sky." He hurriedly kept the bag of primeval stones. As the security guard of the headquarters, although he could get some benefits on a daily basis, it was limited. And this time it had a different meaning. It was given to him by Xiao, who was famous all over the world. In the future, he would have a lot more capital to brag about, and he would also feel more honored. "That's right. Why haven't I seen Chairman Ding Shan in a long time?" Xiao asked, intentionally or otherwise. The guard was taken aback, and then he frowned. "What's wrong?" Xiao asked. "Is there a problem?" "I haven't seen the president in a long time, but it's very likely that he's in New Yen City," the guard said after a moment of thought. Xiao's pupils constricted. "Oh? How do you know?" The guard carefully looked left and right before he whispered, "Because I found traces of the president's personal guard. Golden edge, silver glow." Xiao chuckled. "That doesn't explain the problem, does it? I remember that Ding Peng and Ling also had the shadow of golden edge and silver radiance." The guard quickly waved his hand and shook his head. "This is different. Although the golden edge and silver glow were the president's personal guards, they were often sent out to do various things. However, there was one person who would never leave the president's side, and that was the leader of the golden edge and silver glow, Old Lai. A few days ago, I seemed to have accidentally heard Old Lai's voice. Just a voice." "What?" Xiao frowned. "You make it sound so mysterious." The guard became anxious and said, "Lord Xiao, don't doubt me. My ears are very sharp. As long as I hear it once, I basically won't forget it. Moreover, it's a big shot like Lord Old Lie. How can I forget it? Then, do you know what the situation is like in the 7 merchant alliances? Xianxia thought for a moment and asked. That guard said, this isn't a secret. This matter was initiated by the Myriad Treasure Tower. Lord Cloudsky must know the reason. However, dealing with Lingbai is no small matter. If it's not handled properly, it could lead to a destructive disaster. Therefore, the Merchant Union has different opinions. The guard was beaming with joy as he spoke. He was extremely excited and happy to have the opportunity to show off in front of the big shots. He said, the Money Gang, the Star and Moon School, and our Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce all support it, while the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, the Tiani Pavilion, and the Mando Chamber of Commerce all oppose it. Then, do you know why Tianyuan Trading Company supports you? Xianxia asked. Why? If Ling Bai doesn't die and retaliates after this, who can stop his anger? The guard shook his head and said, this is not something I can know. It's most likely for the Chamber of Commerce's own interests. Lord Xianxia, you can ask Miss Ling or. Xianxia knew that he could not know more, so he smiled and said, thank you for the information. The guard was already overwhelmed by the favor, and he became even more submissive, his face full of smiles. Li Xianxia, stop. Suddenly, a loud and clear shout rang out, and a few people strode out of the Chamber of Commerce. In just a few flashes, they had appeared at the door and blocked Yunxiao's way. It was Ding Peng, followed by 3 old men. Ding Peng's eyes suddenly lit up. He stared at Water Deity and looked a little stunned. What are you looking at? The Water Deity asked, annoyed. You toad. Do you believe I'll dig out your eyes? A toad? You're calling me a toad? Ding Peng said awkwardly. I'm talking about you. Could it be someone else? Narcissus said. Do you know who I am? Ding Peng swallowed. How dare you call me a toad? Do you know that the women in the realm of heavenly martial arts who want to be favored by me can walk 2 circles around the realm of heavenly martial arts if they hold hands? If other people said that he was a toad, they would have flown into a rage long ago. But now, when they looked at Water Deity, they could not get angry at all. Instead, they patiently explained, I'm Lao AI, one of the 7 chambers of commerce in the Merchant Union. All right, I don't want to listen to your explanation, you toad. Quickly move aside and let me and big brother Xianxia go. The Water Deity said impatiently. Why, your Ding Peng's temper was gone. He pointed at Xianxia angrily and said, you call me a toad, but you call him brother Xianxia. Don't be fooled by him. You have to know that he's still in an ambiguous relationship with my sister. None of your business, the Narcissus said angrily. Mind your own business, you toad. Young Master Ding Peng, what did you just say? An old man behind him suddenly opened his half-closed eyes, which seemed to flash with lightning, and said, did you just say that this person and Miss Linger are in an ambiguous relationship? The other 2 old men's faces darkened as well. They stared at Xianxia in unison, their expressions hostile. Ding Peng's body trembled. Please don't be angry, my lords. It's this kid who's a toad lusting after a swan's meat. He's been pestering my sister every day, and my sister doesn't have a good face for him. The old man snorted. Young Master Ding Peng, you don't have to explain too much. We've also investigated Miss Ling Er's matter. She does have a close friend named Li Xianxia, but I didn't expect them to be so ambiguous. Killing intent gradually gathered in his eyes. All 3 of them had their divine senses locked on Xianxia, and it seemed that they had become mortal enemies. What are these 3 green onions? Xianxia asked in surprise. Shut up, Li Xianxia. Ding Peng shouted angrily. What are you saying? These 3 lords are the elders of Looming Mansion, Jing Yuan, Jing Ming, and Jing Gao. They are extremely powerful and are respected by many. You have to be careful with your words. Looming Mansion? Xianxia thought for a moment, but he did not have any impression of this sect. The strength of these 3 old men was extraordinary, and they were by no means ordinary. Could it be a hidden sect? Yes. Ding Peng sneered smugly. I don't think you've heard of it before. It's not your fault. Since it's a hidden sect, Why do you want to escape from the world? Yunxiao asked. The three elders came here at the invitation of Tianyuan Trading Company. Ding Peng snorted. I didn't expect Tianyuan Trading Company to be involved with these reclusive sects, Yunxiao said curiously. Is it to deal with Ling Bai as well? The person who had spoken earlier was the eldest brother of the other two, Jing Mo. He said coldly, I'm getting more and more curious about this Ling Bai. Just how powerful is he? I've been hearing this name for the past few days, and I really want to meet him. Jingming laughed and said, Big brother, you're thinking too much. How powerful can he be? In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there's no tiger in the mountains, and the monkeys are the kings. Let's not talk about Ling Bai for now, Jinggao said. If he dares to come, we'll show him how powerful we are. Let's deal with Li Yunxiao first. Jing Ming snorted coldly, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. What's there to deal with? Just kill them. There are so many people in the realm of heavenly martial arts. It won't matter if one of them dies. Pa 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 pa. Yunxiao clapped his hands and praised. You three are so domineering, but I still don't understand why you want to kill me. Why do you want to kill me? Could it be that she was jealous of my beauty? But this is inborn, there's no helping it. Pa! Jinggao disdainfully spat and sneered. Humph, that's right. I'll let you die with a clear understanding. Miss Ding Ling is a dragon among men, and only my young master is worthy of her. You're just a toad, and you dare to flirt with Miss Ding Ling? If you don't die, is there any justice left? The water deity was unhappy. You three old toads keep scolding my big brother Yunxiao. You are the toads. That young master of yours is also a toad. The three elders' expressions changed drastically. Jinggao shouted angrily, Little girl, you don't have a filter. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you're a girl. If you dare to talk bad about my young master again, this old man will tear your mouth apart. The water deity was taken aback by his fierce look, and as expected, she did not dare to say anything more. She took a step back and hid behind Yunxiao. Water deity, you've learned bad things from Feini, Yunxiao said. Don't curse at people for no reason. The water deity blushed and stuck out her tongue, looking very cute. Please calm down, three elders. Ding Peng said hurriedly. This has nothing to do with this young lady. It's all Li Yunxiao's fault. He should not be alive at all. Fine, I'll spare him for the time being since this girl is young and ignorant, Jinggao said. As for this Li Yunxiao, humph, do you want to live or die? Yunxiao was speechless. Isn't that nonsense? Of course you want to live. Don't tell me you want to die. Jinggao was stunned for a moment. These words sounded extremely awkward, and there was a feeling of suffocation in his heart. He snorted heavily. Humph, if you want to live, then destroy your own Dantian and kneel at the gate. Wait for young master and Miss Ling to return before you punish them. Ling Yunxiao's face flickered. Your young master is with Ling Jing Yuan sneered. Young master and Miss Ling are a match made in heaven. Naturally, they are together. You'd better give up on this idea. If you don't give up, you have to die. Ding Peng, this is New Yen City, Yunxiao said. We have our own rules. As the young master of one of the 7 chambers of commerce, are you going to ignore the rules and ignore someone who is going to make trouble? Ha ha! Li Yunxiao, you can be afraid too? Ding Peng laughed wildly. He put his hands on his waist and shouted arrogantly. The 3 elders are the honored guests of Tianyuan Trading Company. Their actions represent the actions of Tianyuan Trading Company. It was a legitimate attack. I remember that private fights are not allowed in New Yen City, Yunxiao said. If you want to fight, you must go to the arena. Ding Peng snorted, raised his head, and yelled. The rules are set by the merchant union, and they can be changed at any time. What can you do if I change the rules now? Is this how the merchant union bullies outsiders? Yunxiao asked. I'm bullying an outsider. Ding Peng laughed. What can you do? We, the merchant union, have the final say in everything here. We can play with you however we want. We can beat you up if we want. Outsiders. Yunxiao nodded, then took out a black stone from behind him and said, This is an image stone. I've already recorded the impact and sound just now. This time, when Myriad Treasure Store is gathering all the heroes in the world, I'll show it to all outsiders. Ding Pong, Ingluo Yu Ingluo. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead. Although what he had just said was true to everyone, it was just an unspoken rule. If he directly took it out and played it in front of the world's heroes, he was afraid that even the conference would be affected. The consequences would be serious and unimaginable. It would be much better if it was on a normal day, but now was a critical time to invite all the heroes in the world. The lightest consequence was to implicate Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and even be expelled from the board of directors. In the worst-case scenario, he might be beaten to death on the spot. It was not impossible for him to die. You're despicable, Ding Peng shouted in exasperation. He rushed up to grab the stone and said, "Hurry up and give it to me." With a flip of his palm, Xianxia put the stone away and sent out a stream of energy, pushing Ding Peng far away. "Please help me get the image stone back." Ding Peng cried out in panic. "If this gets out, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Don't worry, young Master Ding Peng," Jingyao said. "Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce and Looming Mansion will be one family soon. Of course, we won't sit by and do nothing. Besides, this Li Yunxiao has committed a capital crime for being so presumptuous in front of us." He gave Jinggao a look, and Jinggao sneered cruelly as he took a step forward and appeared in front of Yunxiao, then thrust his palm toward his head. "If you don't know what's good for you, then go to hell." "Tisk funny?" Unhurriedly, Yunxiao raised his right hand and held it horizontally in front of him. A sharp sword chi emanated from his hand and cut diagonally upward, tearing the space apart and slashing at the palm. Jinggao was suddenly startled, and a sense of danger welled up in his heart. He hurriedly withdrew his palm momentum and retreated a few steps. "What's going on?" Jing Yuan frowned. "This kid's strength seems a little strange. He's not as weak as he looks." Jinggao was a little surprised. "However, it's just a little strange. Nothing to fear." In addition to being surprised, he was even more furious, as if he had lost face. With a loud shout, he joined his palms together and slashed down vertically. This time, he used 80% of his elemental energy, wanting to turn the other party into meat paste to vent his anger. In front of absolute power, any fancy tricks are useless. Yunxiao raised his right hand again and held it before him, then turned it into a sword momentum and slashed upward. It was exactly the same as the previous move, almost a replay of the movement, and even the expression on his face did not change. Bang! He put his palms together and chopped at Yunxiao's arms like a giant axe, causing the air on both sides to explode and the space to shake. "What?" Jinggao felt a sharp pain in his palms, as if the sword chi had broken through his defense and invaded his meridians, wandering in his internal organs and wreaking havoc on his body. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He was filled with disbelief, and his mind was in a daze. He stood there, not knowing what to do next. Ah! Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his arms. Yunxiao clenched his hands with his 5 fingers, and his arms turned golden. Then he pulled them hard and pushed them back. Jinggao's body instantly lost its balance and was knocked back more than 30 meters, and the bones in his fingers were almost completely shattered. "What?" Jing Yuan, Jing Ming, and Ding Peng all turned pale, their faces looking a little dull. "Damn it! He dared to hurt third brother. Kill him!" Jing Yuan flew into a rage, and the aura on her body soared to the sky. Jing Ming also came back to his senses in an instant, and his power was also raised to the extreme. Seeing that their own people had been injured, they were furious. Regardless of their status, they attacked together. A murderous look flashed in Yunxiao's eyes. "Since these fools don't know when to retreat, I'll cripple them all." He spread his fingers and suddenly frowned. He looked at Tianyuan Trading Company with a puzzled look. "Please calm down, elders." An old voice rang out, and a light flashed into the sky. In an instant, he appeared beside Yunxiao, and an old man with a hunched back thrust out his palms at the same time. Boom! A strong wind blew, and the old man immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He took a few steps back, and his face turned pale. Lord Lai, it's you. Jing Yuan was shocked and angry. Why are you protecting this brat? Although their attacks were blocked by the old man, they were still furious. They stood on Yunxiao's left and right, their killing intent overflowing. The old man hurriedly suppressed his injuries and walked forward. Please don't be angry, elders. Young Master Yunxiao is also an honored guest of our association. Please don't let a small misunderstanding hurt our relationship, or it will put us in a difficult position. The old man was the commander of the Golden Edge and Silver Radiance, Old Lai. Ding Peng saw that he was also alarmed, so he quickly said, Old Lai, it was this Li Yunxiao who didn't know what was good for him. He injured Lord Jing Gao. Cough, cough. Jing Gao suddenly coughed twice and interrupted. Where are you injured? I was just careless and let him gain the upper hand in one move. Since there are no casualties and both parties are our distinguished guests, how about we turn hostility into friendship for the sake of my master and miss? Old Lai hurriedly said. Jing Yuan said coldly, this brat and Miss Ling have an ambiguous relationship, so he must die. Otherwise, what would my young master be? Yunxiao's face turned cold. The teasing behavior of the three men from Looming Mansion had not made him angry. After all, he had experienced so much and seen all kinds of stupid birds, so he did not mind having three more. However, when the other party mentioned Ding Ling and the young master of Looming Mansion, he suddenly became inexplicably angry, and a murderous intent spread out. His eyes became clear and he said coldly, if that's the case, then I'll kill the three of you first, and then kill that young master. Both of them also felt Yunxiao's killing intent in an instant, which was faintly discernible. A sense of danger welled up in their hearts, which shocked them and made them extremely vigilant. I can't. Cold sweat oozed out of the old man's forehead as he hurriedly pulled Yunxiao back, almost hugging him with both hands. Young Master Yunxiao, even if you don't give me face, you should give Miss face. Miss has gone to the Star and Moon House and will be back soon. Are you blind? Yunxiao frowned. Are you blind? It's these three jokers who want to kill me. You mean you want me to let them kill me? The old man was cursing Jing Tian and the other two in his heart. They were from reclusive families and did not know how powerful Yunxiao was, but he knew very well that this man was the reincarnation of Martial Emperor Vanquisher. Three elders, for the sake of master and young lady, how about we not mention this matter for the time being? We'll discuss further after we understand the situation in New Yen City. He also knew that these people from the reclusive families were ignorant of human affairs. Asking them to let Yunxiao go at once was unacceptable, not to mention emotionally, but also in terms of face. Therefore, he proposed to postpone the matter and think about it at a later time. As long as the two groups did not fight, they could slowly resolve it in the future. Since Master Lai has come out, we'll let this person live. But after the incident in New Yen City, Tianyuan Trading Company will no longer be able to stop us from killing this man, Jing Yuan said seriously. Old Lai thought to himself, I don't even know who will be the one killing who. Of course, I will. Of course, we can't stop the private affairs between the two of you, but don't make a scene in New Yen City. With your cultivation base, it'll be earth-shattering. The entire New Yen City will pay attention to it. The old man heaved a sigh of relief in his heart and flattered. As expected, the three of them looked better. Jing Yuan pointed at Yunxiao and said coldly, we'll remember you. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, we'll hunt you down. You fools, you've successfully angered me. For the sake of Ling I won't cause any trouble for Tianyuan Trading Company for the time being. However, if you dare to act like an idiot in front of me again, I will kill the three of you first, and then your young master. Yunxiao's eyes were cold as he said slowly in a cold voice. He was usually not easily angered, especially when it came to this kind of funny joke. He had seen many of them, so he was indifferent to them. However, when he heard that Ding Ling was with their young master, an inexplicable anger kept burning in his heart, and he really wanted to kill someone. The water deity also felt the killing intent from his body. She gently shook his arm and called out, Big brother Yunxiao. Yunxiao's heart jolted. and it was only then that he realized that he had lost control of his emotions. He hurriedly circulated his primordial art and calmed his mind to suppress his emotions. "What did you say? You ungrateful little bastard," Jing Ming said angrily. "You're looking for death." His figure burst out, and his hands formed a seal in the air. The sky full of afterimages gathered into his palms, and he suddenly formed a seal and slammed it down. He shouted, "Go to hell!" The old man's expression changed drastically, and at the same time, a trace of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect the other party to be so insensible, and he was also angry that the other party didn't give him face. He clenched his fists, and the roar of a tiger came from his fingers. Just as he was about to make a move, Xianxia patted him on the shoulder. All of a sudden, his primordial chi spread out, and the primordial chi that he had just gathered sank down. "What?" The old rascal's entire body trembled as a huge sense of fear welled up in his heart. He turned his head in horror and looked at that calm face. He couldn't help but tremble. Gu Feiyang. He was really Gu Feiyang. The old man cried out with a trembling voice in his heart, but he could not make a sound at the moment. He could only panic as cold sweat trickled down his cheeks, and he looked at Xianxia with an almost pleading look. "You've been in the Chamber of Commerce all this time, haven't you?" Xianxia said coldly. "He only came out to mediate when something happened, but he already fucked himself? Or do you think I'm easy to bully?" Old Lai's mind raced, but before he could explain, he saw a figure flash in front of him, and Xianxia had disappeared. 5 lightning strikes. A thunderclap rang out in the sky, and then tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell, flickering in the sky and gathering into the hammer in Xianxia's hand. Golden runes kept surging out of the hammer, flashing in the surroundings. Jing Ming's mouth was wide open in shock, but there was no time for him to react. One of his seals was swallowed up by the lightning. The giant hammer fell down like the sky, and the whole world seemed to have become its own world. Thunder World. Boom! The hammer hit Jing Ming's head, and countless thunderbolts turned into dragons and poured into his body in an instant. His muscles, bones stretched out and burst out from his body. His entire being was like a thunderbolt, constantly releasing electricity in all directions. The expression on his face changed from shock to pain, and finally to dullness. "Ah! Second brother! Second brother!" Jing Yuan and Jing Gao's mouths were wide open, and they were petrified on the spot. Xianxia put away the thunderbolt and landed next to Water Deity. "Let's go. I'm feeling much better. However, if someone continues to fool around, I still don't mind killing." Jing Ming was almost burnt by the lightning and fell from the sky. "Second brother! Second brother!" The 2 elders rushed up and held Jing Ming in their arms. They could only smell the fragrance of meat from his body, and they didn't know if he was dead or alive. Jing Yuan suddenly raised her head and roared, "Kill him! Quickly kill him!" The old man's head was covered in cold sweat. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Elders, please take a look at Elder Jing Ming's injuries first. If you delay treatment of Xianxia, well said. Quickly save second brother." Jing Yuan hurriedly called Jing Gao back, and at the same time, she gritted her teeth and said with hatred, "Li Yunxiao, Looming Mansion will never let you go. Even if you escape to the ends of the earth, you will still die." Yunxiao's mood had calmed down a lot at the moment. Too lazy to pay attention to these fools, he strolled away. Ding Peng stood there in a daze. He felt cold sweat all over his body, and he said, "Lord Lai, Yunxiao's image stone just now." The old man's mood was extremely bad, and he snorted in a bad mood. "Who is Li Yunxiao? Do you think he'll really hold a grudge against you? Besides, you're Miss Ling Er's younger brother. Don't worry, he doesn't have the time to care about you." Ding Peng thought of his sister and felt relieved, but he was soon annoyed. He was furious that he had been looked down on. "Quickly go and take out all the healing medicines from the Chamber of Commerce." The old rascal started to give orders. Although Jing Ming was seriously injured, he was not dead. As long as he was not dead, he could be saved. He was a little relieved. Wiping the cold sweat off his forehead, He looked in the direction where Xianxia had left and shuddered at the thought of the pressure he felt earlier. Big brother Xianxia, why did you hold back just now? Why didn't you just kill that toad? As the two of them were in the flying car, Water Deity could not help but ask about what had just happened. It's just a toad, Xianxia said indifferently. It doesn't matter whether I kill it or not. Now, a storm is coming in New Yen City, and I don't want to cause trouble for Tianyuan Trading Company at this time. You're worried that you'll cause trouble for Sister Ling, right? Narcissus asked. That's true, Xianxia said with a chuckle. If I wasn't afraid that Ling would be implicated, I would have nothing to do with it even if New Yen City was destroyed. Humph. Big brother Xianxia is so good to big sister Ling Water Deity mumbled. Naturally, Xianxia could hear the strong sourness in her voice, so he did not dare to speak. Where are we going now? Water Deity asked after a while. Star and Moon School, Xianxia said. It's the Star and Moon School. In addition to looking for Ling I'm also looking for their head manager to discuss some matters. Han Junting's beautiful face appeared in his mind, and he could not help but feel a headache. This girl was Chu Hongyan's disciple. He couldn't kill her, but she kept going against him and tried to scheme against him. Now that the whole world knew his identity, he didn't know what this girl was thinking, and he didn't know how Hongyan was doing. Brother Xianxia, the Water Deity suddenly said, we'll be able to see Sister Ling soon. Are you not happy? What? Xianxia was taken aback. Why do you say that? I see that you're frowning, Narcissus said. Xianxia smiled wryly. He was indeed full of thoughts at the moment, so he said, I'm not. I'm just thinking about a problem. Humph, I knew it. You'll be able to see Sister Ling soon. How can you not be happy? The Water Deity pouted, looking very angry. Xianxia, he. Suddenly, a ray of light flew down from the sky. It was extremely fast and arrived in the blink of an eye. Xianxia's pupils constricted as he immediately stopped the flying car. That ray of light was clearly coming for them. If they flew over, they would probably bump into it. The ray of light fell in an instant and slowly turned into a figure. It was an old man with a vermilion cane in his hand. He slowly raised his head, his white hair fluttering. A projection? The Water Deity was shocked. The old man was not a real entity. His entire body was transparent and condensed from light. However, the walking stick in his hand was a real existence. This is just a projection, not an avatar. How can it fly on its own? The Water Deity asked in surprise. Xianxia gave the old man a look and smiled, then said, the key lies in the walking stick in his hand. It's called the Red Dragon Staff. It can allow a projection to possess the walking stick and achieve flight. So that's how it is, the Water Deity said in realization. The old man also smiled and said, this little girl is so cute. Could she be the princess of the Four Seas, the daughter of the Bo family? Your eyes are as sharp as ever, Xianxia said with a smile. I see. The old man laughed and said, you're the one who's really amazing. Even the princesses of the Four Seas have been taken by you. Young lady, this red dragon crutch is also a rare and precious profound level weapon. If you like it, this old man will give it to you. Water Deity shook her head and said, I'm a girl. It's not appropriate for me to carry a walking stick. You should use it yourself. And without this walking stick, how are you going to fly with your projection? Haha. This little girl is so cute. This old man likes it. I hit it off with you at first sight. If you don't mind me being old, you can call me Big Brother. I've always wanted to have such an adorable little sister. The old man stroked his beard and smiled. The Water Deity's eyes widened in shock. Of course I think you're old. You're at least 100 or 200 years old. You're already an old grandpa. How can you still be my big brother? The old man was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but laugh. Xianxia smiled as well. A dog can't change its mind. Businessmen are good at scheming. They want to turn the princess of the Four Seas into their sister as soon as they meet. There is no such good thing in the world. Feiyang, you've misunderstood me. The old man quickly explained. I really like this little sister. I want to take her as my god-sister. Xianxia ignored him. Put away your thoughts. The continent is enough for you to live in. Don't even think about the 4 seas. Let's get straight to the point. Why are you here? The old man smiled bitterly, then reproached him and said angrily, Gu Feiyang, you really don't treat me as a friend. I thought you were dead and was sad for 20 years. Xianxia did not know whether to laugh or cry as he cursed. Sad my ass. Why don't I see you taking revenge for me? Don't put on an act in front of me, or else I'll destroy the projection with my palm so that I don't have to listen to your nonsense. I mean it, the old man said awkwardly. He stopped instantly, because he had seen Xianxia raise his hand and move it. If he said another word, he would probably slap him. All right, it's fine if you don't believe me, but the sun and moon can bear witness to my heart. The old man quickly changed the topic. I hope you can come to Myriad Treasure Store and have a good talk with me. It's inconvenient here. It's about Ling Bai, isn't it? Xianxia said. I'm not interested in it, and I don't have the ability to get involved. I also think it's strange. With your shrewdness, you shouldn't have done such a sloppy and dangerous thing. Is there another secret? The old man's expression was serious. There is indeed something else. You should be very familiar with Ling Bai's cultivation and technique. If you help me, I will be more confident. Go back. Xianxia waved his hand and said, I really don't want to get involved in this matter. And I know you very well. Since you've already announced to the world that you're going to do it, you're naturally very confident. The old man said bitterly, I'm really not confident this time. It's too risky. I'm afraid that I've only taken such risks less than 5 times in my life. Gu Feiyang, I'm begging you. Can you help me? Do you still remember our agreement? Of course I remember, Xianxia said, but I'm no longer Gu Feiyang. Otherwise, I'll come to you directly after I reincarnate. You didn't look for me because you don't trust me, the old man said. I'm sorry, Xianxia said. I was too weak at that time and I couldn't trust anyone. I could only trust myself. The old man nodded and said, I understand. I can also understand you. If it were me, I would probably not want to reveal my identity. But now that the whole world knows about it and you've admitted it so frankly, it proves that you've recovered the confidence that you had when you were Gu Feiyang. No matter when and where I am, whether it's good or bad, Xianxia said, I've never lacked confidence. Okay? The old man laughed. That's right, Feiyang. I've never doubted your heart as a martial arts powerhouse. I hope you can continue to be a guest elder of the Myriad Treasure Store. I'm free now, Xianxia said indifferently. I don't want to be restrained. The old man smiled. The Myriad Treasure Tower has never bound you. It's just like before. When have they ever bound you? Although there is no apparent restriction, Xianxia said, I still feel bad for taking someone's money. This is a restriction of morality and contract. AI. The old man sighed and said, there aren't many people as righteous as you in the world nowadays, so I really hope you can help me. Moreover, with the Myriad Treasure Store's power, it will definitely be useful to you. Xianxia was silent for a moment. Although he was very confident about becoming a divine transcendence expert, the world was changing, and there were many things that he could not do alone. But I can't help you deal with Ling Bai. His tone finally eased as he said, and I don't think you can do it. Although you've always been a very reliable person, this matter is still not appropriate. I know, the old man said with a gloomy face. But Ling Bai didn't give Myriad Treasure Store any face last time. We must teach him an unforgettable lesson. You're definitely not someone who would do such an impulsive thing for the sake of your face, Xianxia said. Since you can't speak frankly, please go back. It's not that I can't speak frankly, but I can't say much here, the old man hurriedly said. Now that such a big commotion has been made, God knows how many experts have come to watch the show. I must be wary of the ears of the walls, so I invite you to gather in the Myriad Treasure Tower. You can go back first, Xianxia said seriously. I have something to do for the time being. If I want to come, I'll come to you. If I don't come, it means that this matter has failed and you don't need to come to me again. The old man's body trembled slightly as he cupped his fists and said, Then I'll be waiting for Feiyang's arrival at any time. This is the highest level token of the Chamber of Commerce. Take it. You can use it to mobilize all the resources of the Merchant Union at any time. Seeing this token is like seeing me in person. He slapped his palm on the scarlet dragon staff, and the dragon on the staff suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a silver light. Pa! Xianxia took it in his hand. There was a magnificent 10,000 character on it, which made him look rich and imposing. The old man saw him accept it and a smile appeared on his face. This token is used in the entire Merchant Union, and there are no more than 5 of them in the world. Xianxia could not help but frown. The token was extremely precious, and it seemed that the old man was very eager to ask him for help. The old man's expression was a little strange. He smiled playfully and said, "You're going to the Star Moon School now? Do you know who is the power behind the Star and Moon School?" Xianxia pondered for a moment, then put the token away and said with a distressed look, "The Divine Cloud Palace." "So you already know?" the old man said with a smile. "I thought I could provide you with some information." Xianxia sighed. "You're really rubbing it in. I'm done talking to you. You can go back now. I'll be waiting for you at any time then." The old man cupped his fists. "You used your divine power in front of Tianyuan Trading Company just now. I'm afraid the law enforcement team will soon come to investigate. You just need to show that token and you'll be fine." With that, his projection shrunk into a ball of light and merged into the crimson dragon staff. He turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "Big brother Xianxia, who is this old man?" Water deity asked. "Master of Myriad Treasures Tower," Xianxia said. "Wan Yiqian." The water deity nodded her head, not fully understanding. She only knew that the Myriad Treasure Store was a large chamber of commerce. That was all. Xianxia sighed as many things from back then emerged in his mind. "Since it's dangerous to kill Ling Bai, Big brother Xianxia, you shouldn't go," water deity said. "I don't want to go either," Xianxia said. "But, hee. There are many things that you can't control." "That's right. There are things a man does and doesn't do," the water deity praised. Xianxia looked stunned as he said, "Do you know what this sentence means?" Water deity shook her head. "I don't really understand, but it seems to be very powerful. I've heard people say it before." "Xianxia, hee. It seems like someone else is coming." The water deity raised her hand. Soon, dozens of lights surrounded the aircraft. They all held weapons and stared at the two with a serious expression. The leader's expression was grave as he said coldly, "Were you the ones who caused the commotion in front of Tianyuan Trading Company?" He stared at the two of them, and his heart was in turmoil. He couldn't see through their cultivation at all, especially the man who gave him a feeling as if he was in an abyss. He couldn't help but feel his heart beating like a drum. "So what if I am?" Xianxia said slowly. "So what if I am not?" The man swallowed his saliva and said, "If not, we'll leave immediately. If the two of you were the ones who did it, I can see that you are not ordinary people. I hope you won't make things difficult for us and can come back with me to the Myriad Treasure Tower to explain the reason." Xianxia took out the token and threw it over. The leader's pupils contracted. After catching it, his body trembled. "Ah!" he shouted. "Commander, what's wrong?" The two vice commanders beside him looked over curiously. The man hurriedly held the token with both hands and took a few steps forward to hand it over, saying, "This one was blind and offended the honored guest. I hope you can forgive me." Xianxia nodded, then put the token away and said, "I was indeed the one who caused the incident at Tianyuan Trading Company, but I've already dealt with it. You don't have to investigate it anymore." "Yes," the commander replied and stood respectfully to the side. Xianxia drove the aircraft and whizzed through the crowd, quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. "Commander, who was that person just now?" One of the vice commanders finally couldn't help but ask. The thunderbolt from Tianyuan Trading Company was so earth-shattering that I'm afraid all the major forces are alarmed. The commander's forehead was still full of sweat as he said, "I don't know who this person is either." The vice commander was stunned for a moment and said, "That token? It's the 10,000-word Wong token." "Ah!" All the warriors trembled in fear. "No way," the vice commander said in horror. Not even the elders have the royal token of 10,000 words. Only the Tower Master, the Grand Elder, and a few prominent big shots in the heavenly martial arts realm can have it, and that young man looks like he's only 20 years old. There's a unique mark of the Myriad Treasure Tower on it, the commander said seriously. It's definitely not fake. That's why everyone has to be extremely careful during this period of time. God knows how many big shots have come to New Yen City. Even the higher-ups can't afford to offend some of them, let alone us. Yes. Yes. Everyone answered in unison with a grave expression. This might be the biggest test for the law enforcement department since the establishment of New Yen City. I've just received news that the 12 Blades of the Soaring Cloud, a killer organization that has recently risen to fame and caused chaos in the realm of heavenly martial arts, has also entered New Yen City, the deputy commander said. Will they cause trouble? I've seen one of the 12 Soaring Cloud strikes. He's only ranked 11th, but his martial intent is not something I can block. The commander's face changed. When an organization like this enters New Yen City, the higher-ups will naturally make other arrangements. We don't need to worry about it and just do our job. After chatting for a while, they turned into rays of light and disappeared into the sky. Gu Feiyang, Princess of the Four Seas. TSK. Interesting, tisk TSK. A strange laugh rang out in the air, and then a ray of light fell, immediately turning into two figures. One of them was tall and fat with a round head, while the other was short and thin like a dwarf. The difference in size between the two was more than 5 or 6 times. And that 12-blade moves of the Soaring Cloud. TSK. Interesting too. The short dwarf laughed evilly. Pa! The fat man slapped the thin man to the ground, and the thin man was sent flying into the ground, causing the entire street to crack. Humph, interesting my ass. The so-called 12-blade techniques of the Soaring Cloud is just a small fry. What's the point of it? Walla, the thin man jumped out and raised his hands high. The tip of his right foot touched the ground, and his whole body instantly turned into a whirlwind. Countless wind blades flew from all directions, slashing towards the fat man. You dare to hit me? I'll kill you. The scrawny man's shrill roar came from within the astral winds. The entire street was shattered, and countless green stones were crushed into powder. There's a fight between experts, run. A large number of people suddenly rushed out of the surrounding shops, all of them desperately fleeing into the distance, like countless ants, scattering all at once. Hey, are you serious? Be careful of attracting experts. If you dare to hit me, I'll just bring some experts here to die with me. You brainless skinny monkey. So what if I want to hit you? Why don't you tell me how the 12-blade moves of the Lingyun sect is interesting? It's interesting, why? And you're talking about how interesting Gu Feiyang and the Princess of the Four Seas are. Of course it's interesting. Damn it, are you purely looking for a beating? Then I'll fulfill your wish. As the fatty spoke, he retracted his head and squatted down. With his hands protecting his head, he immediately bounced up and rolled in the air like a huge iron ball, fiercely crashing into the astral wind. Boom! The terrifying force crashed through the air, destroying the surrounding buildings in an instant and spreading into the distance. Whoosh! Whoosh! In the sky, there was a flash of a human figure. The law enforcement team that had just left returned to their original spot. They looked at the ruins below in horror. Other than shock, there was also extreme anger on their faces. Everything within a radius of several li had turned into ashes, and no one could be seen. Who did this? You should die. A deputy commander gritted his teeth and said, They're not giving the merchant union any face. Lord Commander, what should we do? He's no ordinary expert, the commander said with a gloomy face. He's able to cause such terrible damage. Continue to strengthen the security. In fact, he also knew that this was useless, and a sense of powerlessness welled up in him. In the Myriad Treasure Tower's headquarters, in a side hall, a bronze cauldron was placed in the center, and green smoke was rising in spirals. An old man was sitting cross-legged with his hands on his dantian, as if he was meditating. Suddenly, a ray of light flew over and rotated above the bronze cauldron. It was actually a small crimson dragon. It raised its head and shook it before transforming into a walking stick and slowly descending. The old man opened his eyes and grabbed his walking stick. In a flash, he was already standing in front of the bronze cauldron. He paced back and forth slowly, appearing to be preoccupied with something. "Tower Lord!" Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the door. A figure came in directly and knelt down on one knee. "Not good. Someone is causing trouble in the city. The impact is huge, and several li have already been turned into ruins." "What?" Wan Yiqian's expression changed drastically, and he said angrily, "Who did this?" "I don't know for now," the man said. "The Great Elder has already gone out to investigate personally. He has specially ordered the subordinate to inform the Tower Lord." "You must find out who it is," Wan Yiqian said coldly. "No matter who it is, kill the chicken to warn the monkeys." He raised his walking stick and rushed out. In such a critical period, he had to use heavy punishment. A while after Yunxiao and Water Deity's aircraft left, they suddenly stopped in the air. "Eh?" Yunxiao turned his head, his pupils constricting as he stared into the distance. Water Deity was also surprised. "What a strong elemental energy wave. Who was fighting at our previous location?" "Two nearly identical primordial energy fluctuations. One yin and one yang. One hard and one soft," Yunxiao said softly. "There's something about it." "Big brother Yunxiao, you're so amazing," the Water Deity said in surprise. "You can even detect this." "It's not difficult," Yunxiao said. "You just haven't had enough experience." What surprised me was that the center of this energy fluctuation was where we were standing before, which proves that these two were already there. It seems that it was right to be cautious. The Water Deity also shook her head and nodded, as if she understood. Looking at her, Yunxiao could not help but laugh and said, "Let's go. There are too many experts in the world. I'm a little too arrogant. This matter is not our concern, so we should worry about it." The flying car quickly left. A few hours later, it appeared in front of an exquisite small building. There were 3 beautiful words on its Xian pavilion, where Han Junting lived. The faint sound of a zither could be heard. Yunxiao stood on the aircraft and listened quietly, his face serene. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the music stopped and Han Junting's female voice was heard. "Since Lord Feiyang is here, why don't you come in?" Her voice was like a silver bell, neither haughty nor humble. Yunxiao and Water Deity flew down and slowly stepped into the purple pavilion. There were some changes to the interior. A bead curtain was hung in the small hall, and several figures could be seen through the gap of the curtain. One of the women, who was wearing a gauze dress, stood up from her seat, her body trembling slightly. Yunxiao rolled up the bead curtain, smiled and said, "Ling it's been a long time since we last met. Your cultivation has improved a lot, and you're even more radiant." The woman was Ding Ling and the capable man behind her was Su Hong, the general manager of Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, whom she had met in New Yen City. The other two were Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower. When Han Junting saw Yunxiao come in, her eyes were filled with obvious emotions, like ripples on the surface of a lake that had been wrinkled by rain. "Big brother Yunxiao." With a soft cry of joy, Ding Ling cheeks were even a little red, and she cried with joy, her eyes a little wet. "Where have you been?" Yunxiao laughed. "Where have you been all this time? I've come looking for you many times." Ding Ling was delighted to hear that. She said shyly, "Some matters of the Chamber of Commerce have already been settled. This is also the reason why I asked Big Brother Yunxiao to come over." "Oh? You didn't mention it in detail in the jade slip, so it must be very important," Yunxiao said with a nod. When he was at the Tianling house, he had received Ding Ling jade slip and Myriad Treasure Store's invitation at the same time. If it was only the latter, he would not have come to New Yen City. "That's right," Ding Ling said. "And it's a good thing. Hee. Once Sister Ling sees the person she likes, she completely forgets about everyone else." Han Junting buried her nervousness in her heart, smiled, and began to play with Ding Ling Ding Ling blushed and said, "This time, it's all thanks to little Sister Jun Ting. Otherwise things wouldn't have gone so smoothly. It's a piece of cake, Han Junting said. We're like sisters. It's nothing. She turned to look at Xiao, and her eyes seemed to tremble with fear. Then, she slowly stood up from the zither table, bowed and said, Junting greets Lord Feiyong. Who did you learn the light rain hitting a new lotus from? Xiao asked. Han Junting nodded and said, My lord, you know the answer. This song was created by my master and my lord. Where else could Junting have learned it? Xiao sighed and said, Is she all right? Her? Who is she? Han Junting raised her eyebrows and asked. Xiao's face darkened as he said coldly, Han Junting, do you really think I don't dare to cripple you? The atmosphere suddenly turned cold. Ding Ling, who was not aware of the grudge between the two, was startled and hurriedly said, Big brother Xiao, what's wrong with you? It was only then that Xiao restrained his anger and said, I hate talking to stupid women, especially stupid women who think they're smart. Han Junting snorted and said, If that's the case, then please leave, Lord Feiyong. This is my purple pavilion, and I don't welcome you here. Sister Junting. Ding Ling was a little anxious. She didn't understand why the two of them were like enemies as soon as they met. Sister Ling, this man is the reincarnation of Gu Feiyong. I'm sure you know that. Don't be fooled by him, Han Junting sneered. When you're not by his side, there are so many women surrounding him. Look at this little girl. She's so tender. TSK, even I, as a woman, can't help but want to kiss her. The water deity's face turned red and she stuck out her tongue. A woman kissing another woman. You're so shameless. Only then did Ding Ling notice the water deity. She forced a smile and said, Could this little sister be the legendary princess of the 4 seas? Little sister Narcissus. Water deity was stunned and asked, Have we met before? How do you know me? Sister water deity is really beautiful and cute. Ding Ling smiled and said, The water deity was a little shy. She lowered her head and said happily, Sister Linger is also the same. I've been thinking about what my sister looks like all this time, and now that I've seen her, although she's not as pretty as I imagined, she's still very pretty. Ding Ling Ingluo. As one of the 2 most beautiful women in the Merchant Union, this was the first time she had heard such a thing. However, she was a merchant and had a high EQ. She smiled awkwardly and said, Hee. Sister Water Deity is so innocent. Water Deity did not lie. Along the way, she was a little nervous, afraid that Ding Ling was more beautiful than her. Fortunately, she was not, and she heaved a sigh of relief. We went to Tianyuan Trading Company to look for you, Narcissus said. We met a lot of bad guys who wanted to beat brother Xiao up. What? What's going on? Ding Ling was shocked and asked. Su Hong, who was behind him, was also shocked and nervous. Don't worry, Sister Ling Water Deity said with a smile. There's a toad who doesn't know what's good for him. He's already beaten to death by brother Xiao. Su Hong was shocked. Could it be Zhenjin? It's an elder from Luming Mansion, Xiao said. He said that there is an ambiguous relationship between Ling and me, and he insisted on attacking me. However, I've already shown him mercy and spared his life. Ding Linger's face turned pale and she said angrily, Those elders have gone too far. By the way, Xiao said, I heard that you're with their young master. Why don't I see him? Ding Linger's face became even more unsightly, and she hurriedly said, Brother Xiao, please don't misunderstand. I have nothing to do with Jing Shaoi. We are just business partners. You're thinking too much, Ling Xiao said, blushing. I just didn't want to see him, so I asked casually. I have something important to discuss with Sister Junting. Ding Ling said. Sister Junting doesn't like this man, so we let him drink tea alone at the headquarters of the Star and Moon School. Although Tianyuan Trading Company and Luming Mansion have some dealings, I don't think I should keep this friend if they go too far, she said with a cold look in her eyes. She turned around and said, Su Hong, go and tell Jing Shaoi to go back on his own. I'm with big brother Xiao, and I don't want to see him again in the future. She looked determined, apparently afraid that Xiao would misunderstand her. This buy-in. Su Hong was shocked and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Naturally, he had more thoughts. If he did, he would have completely offended Looming Mansion. Friends becoming enemies. How could he dare to go to such a big event? Moreover, Jing Shaoi had a strong cultivation level and a bad temper. He also looked like a petty person. It was possible that he would kill him on the spot. What's this? Hurry up and go. Ding Ling Er's face darkened, and she was getting angrier. Han Junting naturally saw Su Hong's embarrassment. She smiled and said, Sister Ling Er, this matter is of great importance and can't be rushed. It's better to think about it. If you really want to go, let Sister do it for you. It's much more convenient and secure for me to do it than for head butler Su Hong. Ding Ling Er thought for a moment and said, Then I'll have to trouble you, sister. If this Jing Shaoi doesn't know what's good for him, I don't mind falling out with Looming Mansion. Su Hong broke out in a cold sweat as he listened. He looked at Han Junting for help. If things really got to that point, it would be a big deal for Tianyuan Trading Company. Han Junting looked away and smiled. Ling Er, let's go, Yun Xiao said. I've come to New Yen City specifically to look for you. I don't want to see any unnecessary people. Ding Ling Er's heart was touched and she felt warm. Han Junting laughed coldly. Oh, Lord Feiyang, you're so cold and arrogant. Forget it, I don't want to meet some inexplicable people, but I'll just forget about what Marshal Uncle Yun asked me to do. A gust of wind blew past, and Yun Xiao suddenly appeared in front of her. He grabbed her neck with the dragon capture and lifted her up as he said coldly, I have a premonition that you will die in my hands one day. Gu Feiyang, what are you doing? Grandma Sunflower was shocked and shouted. Han Junting sneered, You're the one who doesn't want to see anyone else. I don't want to see anyone else either. Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you're a titled martial sovereign? Big brother Yun Xiao, haha. Ding Ling Er was very anxious, not knowing what happened between them. Yun Xiao put away his anger, put Han Junting down and said, Don't forget what happened in Xinyan City. You promised me that you would provide me with information for free for a year. I did agree, but you're the one who doesn't want me to provide it, Han Junting said coldly. Good girl, don't be angry. Ding Ling Er hurriedly said, I don't know what kind of misunderstanding you have, but Big Brother Yun Xiao is a good man. I hope you can bury the hatchet. Han Junting covered her neck with her hands as if she was hurting her. She said coldly, I won't lower myself to his level. Since this young lady has spoken, I will definitely do it. However, the two things that Marshal Uncle Yun asked me to find out have some leads, but they aren't very accurate. Murong Zhu, who was possessed by the moon pupil, has appeared in the western regions a few times. I'll mark the place where he appeared for you later. As for senior sister Luo Yunshang, Xianxia. What? Sister Yunshang is your senior sister? Ding Ling Er was shocked. She knew that the Divine Cloud Palace was behind the Star and Moon School, but she had never thought that she was also a disciple of Chu Hongyan. Suddenly, she seemed to understand the grudge between her and Yun Xiao. I have some ideas about senior sister's situation, Han Junting said, but it's a secret of our sect, so I can't tell you for now. Suddenly, she felt an inexplicable chill in her heart, as if she had sensed Yun Xiao's killing intent. We don't have enough clues now. It's useless even if I tell you. I believe you can collect enough information I need, Yun Xiao said. I'm sure you can. He suddenly raised his hand and sent out a seal. He was not in a hurry, neither fast nor slow. Han Junting looked on helplessly as the seal descended upon her. She felt as if she was unable to resist it, and even the elemental energy in her body froze. Pa! The incantation seal landed on her shoulder and disappeared in a flash. Han Junting felt as if she had been bitten by a mosquito. She felt nothing after that. Her shoulder was neither painful nor itchy, nor red or swollen. Her face was livid, and she finally couldn't help but say angrily, Gu Feiyang, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death. Her hands quickly formed a seal, and countless afterimages filled the sky, all of which were slapped down. Ah! Ding Ling Er was taken aback. She did not expect that they would have to fight to the extent of swords. Besides, she knew that Han Junting had extraordinary strength, and although Yunxiao was not bad himself, she was afraid that he would not be able to stop for a while. But the result made her stunned on the spot. Yunxiao stood where he was with an indifferent expression on his face. He raised his hand and clenched his fingers, and a blue light immediately surged up in the air. As space twisted, lightning appeared and destroyed all of the afterimages. Han Junting's entire body was restrained by a force and she could no longer move. Her heart was filled with great shock and fear. Yunxiao's cultivation base was the same as hers, and they were both early-stage 9-stars martial sovereigns, but he could suppress her with just a raise of his hand. He seemed to be even more powerful than he was in the Red Moon City. The great fear immediately sobered her up a little. Her anger was swept away, and she became calm. Yunxiao looked at her and said, "I have a deep relationship with your master. I don't want to make things difficult for you. But you've schemed against me time and time again, and you still haven't changed. I can only punish you." Han Junting's face was white, but she sneered, "My master must be blind. How could he like someone like you? Hee." Grandma Sunflower's expression changed drastically as she exclaimed, "Jun Ting Wan Wan Wan." Ding Linger and Su Hong were also shocked. As a disciple, it was already disgraceful to say such things about their master. Yunxiao did not get angry. He snorted lightly, withdrew the power of thunder, and turned to leave. "Sister Junting, don't be angry." Ding Linger comforted her. "Young Master Yun must be a little impulsive because he's angry." After saying that, he also chased after her. Only Han Junting and Grandma Sunflower were left in the purple pavilion. Grandma Sunflower felt uneasy. She could not see Han Junting's face from behind, but she had a bad feeling. Giggle! Suddenly, Han Junting's body trembled and she started to laugh. "Junting, are you all right?" Grandma Sunflower asked in shock. "Granny, I'm fine." Han Junting turned around, her eyes glimmering with a smile. Grandma Sunflower felt a little apprehensive as she stared at her blankly. Han Junting twirled her hair and smiled. "Granny, I'm really fine. I'm truly happy that Gu Feiyong is still alive. His current strength is unfathomable. Even if he's not as powerful as he was in his previous life, I'm afraid he's not far from it. Young lady, it's best if you don't go against him. Otherwise the sect master will not be happy." Han Junting's face darkened and she said angrily, "Shut up! Don't try to use master to pressure me. If it wasn't for Gu Feiyong, master wouldn't have become like this. I hate him to death. For so many years, I've been eager to skin him alive, but he died 20 years ago. I even sent people into Tiandang Mountain several times to get his body out and burn it to ashes." The sinister look on her face was removed, and the corners of her mouth rose, revealing a strange smile. This is great. He didn't die. This is great." Grandma Sunflower's hair stood on end upon hearing this, and her face was filled with worry. "Junting, what do you plan to do? We can't deal with Yunxiao with our strength." Han Junting's eyes were cold as she snorted. "If the opponent is too weak, how can he be worthy of master's favor? It was only meaningful to be powerful. Tell Jing Shaoyi about Li Yunxiao first." "That Jing Shaoyi is no match for Li Yunxiao," Grandma Sunflower said. "He's not Li Yunxiao's match at all." Han Junting laughed and said, "If Jing Shaoyi alone could deal with him, why would I need to think so much? He only wanted him to cause some trouble. The more trouble there is around Yunxiao, the easier it is for him to cause chaos and make mistakes. What we have to do is wait quietly for him to make mistakes. Now the Merchant Union is working together to deal with Ling Bai. Won't Myriad Treasure Store be unhappy if we act rashly now?" Grandma Sunflower said worriedly. "Ling Bai's death has nothing to do with me," Han Junting said coldly. "I want Yunxiao dead. If Myriad Treasure Store is dissatisfied with me, then we'll withdraw from the formation to deal with Ling Bai." Grandma Sunflower was shocked, and she knew that Han Junting was determined to kill Yunxiao. "All right, this old woman will go now. No matter what you want to do, this old woman will always support you." Han Junting watched as Grandma Sunflower disappeared out of the purple pavilion. She fell silent and her eyes were filled with hatred. She suddenly clutched her chest and bent over. A pained expression appeared on her beautiful face and it gradually twisted. Why? Why do you like him? What was so good about this stinky man? He made you suffer for half your life. So I'll crush his flesh and refine his soul to avenge you. Giggle, giggle, giggle. Her pained face suddenly burst into laughter, shaking like a flower. As she laughed, Han Junting took off her purple veil and rolled up her sleeves, revealing her white arms. She held the silk ribbon in her hands and started to dance in the air. Outside the purple pavilion, about 3 to 4 miles away, it was 7 or 8 streets away. Yunxiao and the other 3 did not go far, but walked along the bustling street. Even in such a critical period, New Yen City was still the best commercial city in the world. The flow of people was very large. Water Deity was dazzled by the sight and was very happy. Wow! This bag is so pretty! Water Deity hopped to the front of a shop and picked up a light blue lady's bag with a few golden leaves on it. Her eyes were full of stars as she said, "Big brother Yunxiao, I want to buy this." When the shopkeeper saw the Water Deity, he was stunned for a moment. He was shocked. The people in front of him were all extraordinary. He didn't dare to neglect them and quickly said, "You have a good eye, miss. This is the latest model from our store. It just hit the market not long ago." Ding Linger took a look and laughed. "Sister Shuixian, don't just think about looking good. Although this style is novel, it is made of ordinary animal leather. It's not stylish at all." The shopkeeper was taken aback and knew that an expert had come. He hurriedly said, "This young lady has good eyes. I don't pay much attention to the material used for this bag. I have a bag made from the skin of a deep-sea giant frog with 36 North Sea pearls embedded on it, each of which is worth a city." He turned around and took out a grayish-brown women's bag. The top was uneven, but it was extremely bright under the color of the pearl. "This is the treasure of our store." The Water Deity took a look and shook her head. No, the giant deep-sea frog is so ugly. I get goosebumps just by touching its skin. Also, that bead is too low-level and ugly. I want this one." She waved the one in her hand. Ding Linger chuckled. "Sister Shuixian, you've seen all kinds of seafood. Of course, you won't like this kind of inferior product. Let's take this new product." She immediately took out her primeval stones and paid. "Thank you, big sister," Narcissus said joyfully. Su Hong followed behind the few of them and thought to himself, "This girl is too simple. She was bribed by the miss just like that. She even called herself the Princess of the Four Seas. I don't know if she's really stupid or just pretending to be innocent." Ding Linger was also slightly relieved in her heart, and she muttered in her heart that this girl seemed to be very easy to get along with. "Linger," Yunxiao asked, "why did you ask me to come to New Yen City?" "Of course it's a good thing," Ding Linger said with a smile. "I've been missing for so long to do this." In the end, it was Sister Junting who gave her great help, but I didn't expect her to be the disciple of Palace Master Chu Hongyan and have a bad relationship with you. "My grudge with Han Junting has nothing to do with Hongyan," Yunxiao said. "As long as she doesn't provoke me again, I will naturally let her go." Yes, Big Brother Yunxiao is naturally not such a petty person. I wonder what realm Big Brother Yunxiao's cultivation base is at now. Ding Linger said with a smile. "What's your current cultivation base?" Yunxiao thought for a moment and said, "I'm at the early stage 9-star level. I've accumulated a lot of primordial energy now, but I can't break through. I've also cultivated body arts, so the amount of power my body needs is too terrifying. It's already dragging down the improvement of my cultivation." 9 stars Martial Emperor. What? Ding Linger was taken aback. "We've only been apart for a few months. I didn't expect Big Brother Yunxiao to improve so quickly." Yunxiao sighed inwardly. If it were not for the tyrant body tempering technique, which consumed too much energy, he would have reached the peak of 9-star and not far from divine transcendence. What I've done this time may help Big Brother take a big step forward. I dare not say that I'll reach the peak of 9-star, but at least I'm very confident that I'll be able to reach the intermediate level." Ding Linger said with confidence. "Intermediate 9-star." Yunxiao was taken aback. Ling Er's understanding of martial arts is still shallow. Although the gap between the initial and middle ranks is only a small step, it is like a chasm. Of course, I know how difficult it is to make further progress. Ding Linger blinked and said with a smile, "But do you think I'm a person who boasts?" "Of course not," Xiao said suspiciously. "That's why I think it's strange." Ding Linger became serious and said, "Big brother Xiao, have you heard of the 9 Yang breaking crisis pill?" "What?" Xiao's body trembled, and his eyes gleamed as he cried out in horror. "The 9 crisis breaking pill that's rumored to be able to make you a god on the spot? I didn't hear it wrong, right?" His reaction was too big, and many people around him turned their heads in surprise, revealing stunned expressions. However, most of them had never heard of such a pill before. They were only very surprised by the phrase, "become a god on the spot." Xiao knew that he had lost his composure. He blinked, and his pupils turned dark and shone with a demonic light. Everyone who looked over was in a daze for a moment. They felt that their minds were muddled, and they seemed to have forgotten something. Ding Linger was also shocked by his reaction. She muttered in a low voice, "Big brother Xiao will attract all the experts in the city." Xiao suppressed the shock in his heart and said, "It's really hard for me to believe. Linger, you've most likely been deceived. This kind of thing only exists in legends. Even in the ancient times when the 10 rules were still present and God realm experts were everywhere, there might not have been such a thing." "Of course I know it's rare," Ding Linger said with a smile. "Otherwise, wouldn't there be powerhouses all over the world? I don't have the 9 Yang pill, but I have the recipe." "A recipe?" Xiao frowned. "Let's not talk about whether it is real or not. Even if it is real, I'm afraid the materials used are long extinct. It's only a fool's dream to refine this pill." "You're indeed big brother Xiao," Ding Linger praised. "You saw the key to the problem at once. I've been missing for more than half a year to find a way to refine this pill. Among the existing materials, although it could not be refined into a pure 9 and 9 Yang breaking crisis pill, it could reach the level of 8 and 8 Yang, which had half the effect of the real 9 and 9 Yang breaking crisis pill. I wonder if a medicinal pill of such a level can help big brother Xiao break through to intermediate 9-star? If it can have half the power of a true pill, it will certainly not be a problem," Xiao said. "But I'm very skeptical about even the 8 and 8 Yang pill." With big brother Xiao's meticulous mind, it would be strange if he didn't suspect anything, Ding Linger said. "This recipe was accidentally obtained by Father. It was because of the appearance of this recipe that Father gradually withdrew from the Chamber of Commerce and began to concentrate on his research." Ding Shan retreated behind the scenes just to study alchemy recipes? Xiao asked with a frown. "Yes," Ding Linger said solemnly. "I didn't know about it before and thought that Father had no intention of improving himself due to his health, so he retired from the countryside. It turns out that he was studying the recipe of the 9 Yang breaking crisis pill. This item was too precious, and Father had no choice but to hide it from everyone, including me and my brother." "What a meticulous mind," Xiao sneered. "He even hid it from his own children. In fact, everything is still under his control. I know brother Xiao is still suspicious of Elder Yuan Bo's death," Ding Linger said awkwardly. "But I don't think Father did it. There must be a misunderstanding." "Oh? You asked him yourself?" Xiao said coldly. Ding Linger's face turned a little ugly. "I did, but Father didn't answer me. With his temper, he won't answer. I will find out the truth about Yuan Bo sooner or later," Xiao said. "Whether your father admits it or not, you can rest assured that I will not wrong him." Ding Linger nodded, but her heart seemed to be a little heavy, as if a stone was pressing on it. After Father obtained the recipe for the 9 Yang breaking adversity pill, he has been studying it with all his heart and searching for the raw materials. As big brother Xiao said, too many natural treasures have gone extinct. Father had no choice but to find other materials to replace them. Finally, with the help of Sister Junting, the last few raw materials were collected. "What?" Xiao's pupils constricted. "Han Junting also knows that you are refining this pill?" "Of course not," Ding Linger said with a smile. I just asked her to help me find some materials. If that's the case, Xianxia said thoughtfully, after such a long plan and preparation, coupled with the power of Tianyuan Trading Company, it is indeed possible for your father to refine a medicinal pill with half the power of the 9 Yang disaster-breaking pill. However, how could your father allow you to reveal such a top secret to me? It's because I still need Big Brother Yunxiao's help to refine this elixir, Ding Linger said. Oh, Yunxiao asked curiously. I'll be in charge of the pill refinement. Ding Linger shook her head. No need. Father is a great alchemist. After several years of specialized research, his own achievements in alchemy have long reached the 9th tier, which is enough to preside over alchemy. However, there's still a very important link missing in the entire alchemy process, and that is the power of the genuine vitality of the martial arts experts must gather the power of 18 9-stars martial emperor experts, and the attributes must be 9 yin and 9 yang. 18. 9 stars martial emperor? Yunxiao was taken aback. Where else can you find 18 9-stars martial emperors in this world? Yes. Ding Linger chuckled. Big Brother Yunxiao is one of them. Yunxiao frowned and said, I think I get it. It's gathering the yin and yang energy of a 9-stars martial emperor, then fusing them into the herbs and condensing them into pills. And if I'm not wrong, there's definitely more than one pill. Ding Linger didn't hide her admiration and said, Big Brother Yunxiao is indeed intelligent. A complete refinement was enough to produce 18 pills in a furnace, corresponding to the elemental power of the 18 9-star martial sovereigns. However, the current environment is no longer the same as the ancient times, and Father is not confident in being able to refine 18. The materials we've prepared for several years will probably only be able to refine one. Your father, who can't get any medicinal pills, should have other compensation, Yunxiao said. I guess? That's right. Ding Linger nodded. But Father has promised me that he will give one to Brother Yunxiao no matter what. Yunxiao's eyes also showed a trace of expectation as he said, If I really have the power of 8 yin and 8 yang to break through, I can break through to the intermediate 9-star in one go without a problem. Did your father also invite the 12 blades of the soaring cloud? He asked. How did you know, Brother Yunxiao? Ding Linger asked in surprise. Could it be that you encountered the 12 blade attacks of the cloud? As I expected, Yunxiao said. So, the method they talked about to step into the divine transcendence is this 8 yin and 8 yang disaster-breaking pill. Big Brother Yunxiao didn't get into a conflict with them, did he? Ding Linger asked. Each of these 12 people is a merciless murderer. In recent years, they've risen to fame and have the momentum to catch up with the 8 elephants of death. Especially after the 8 elephants died in New Yen City, these 12 sabers have almost become the #1 villain. We exchanged a few moves, Yunxiao said. That hilt does have some skills. Ding Linger said. The boss of the saber hilt is called Luo Gaoyuan. He's very powerful. Only a few people know how powerful he is. It's said that those who have seen him in action are all dead. Yunxiao chuckled. It's not bad. He's just a peak 9-star martial artist, but his martial intent is not enough, so his strength is limited. Ding Linger smiled bitterly and said, It's just a peak 9 stars martial emperor. Only Big Brother Yunxiao would dare to say that. The second brother is Xianxia, and the third brother is Tongyu. They are all 9 stars martial sovereigns and are among the 18 people my father invited. Fortunately, I was in a good mood at that time, Yunxiao said with a smile. I didn't kill these birdmen. The water deity had been playing with the new bag. Suddenly, she raised her head and mumbled, It's because I'm going to see Sister Linger, so I'm in a good mood. Ding Linger's face blushed a little, and she lowered her head happily, feeling a little embarrassed. Yunxiao coughed a few times and scolded, If you talk nonsense again, you'll enter the divine realm tablet. The water deity showed an unwilling expression and said, All right, then I was wrong. I won't say any more. Suddenly, a stern voice rang out, Linger! Then, a strong wind blew over, and in the blink of an eye, a man in white appeared in front of them. He looked at Ding Linger with a reproachful look, then turned his eyes to Yunxiao. his gaze turning into a sharp blade as if he was going to kill him with his eyes. Ding Ling-er's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, Jing Shaoyi, what are you doing here? Humph. Why am I here? The white-robed man's eyes were spitting fire as he said coldly, You used to call me Master Jing, Master Jing. Now that you have a lover, you can call me Jing Shaoyi. Don't talk nonsense. Ding Ling-er blushed and said angrily, I used to call you young Master Jing out of respect for you. If you're spouting nonsense, then our friendship is over. What? You're good. Jing Shaoyi was so angry that he was shaking. He laughed and said, Ha. Good. You actually want to break off our friendship for this man. Ding Ling-er, you really don't respect me, Jing Shaoyi? Is his name Jing Shaoyi? The water deity blinked her eyes and said, Just now, Sister Ling-er called him Jing Shaoyi. He was not happy. Now, she is saying that her name is Jing Shaoyi. I am confused. Everyone, You coward. Jing Shaoyi was furious. He thought that someone was humiliating him on purpose. Anger rushed to his head. But when he saw water deity, he was stunned. Then his face darkened and he said coldly, Little girl, you dare to make fun of me. If I don't take you back and punish you today, I'm not Jing Shaoyi. Water deity frowned and said, How am I making fun of you? You're the one who's making me confused. What's your name? Humph. Jing Shaoyi snorted and said, I won't argue with you, little girl. You'll know what my name is when you return with me. His eyes glowed with greed as he licked his lips. It was obvious that he was interested in the water deity. Jing Shaoyi, Ding Ling-er said coldly, You're shameless. Fine, you say I'm shameless. Then I'll show you how shameless I am today. Jing Shaoyi said viciously. A beam of sword chi shot out of his hand, directly toward Ding Ling-er's belt, trying to cut her long dress. Ding Ling-er was shocked, and she was angry, anxious, and angry. The force directly suppressed her, and she couldn't move at all. Yun Xiao stretched out his hand, which turned golden, and grabbed it unhurriedly, wiping out the sword chi in his hand. Pig! You dare to meddle in my business! Jing Shaoyi flew into a rage. He released a powerful aura and the people on the street immediately scattered. He glared at Yun Xiao, seeing Ding Ling-er and water deity surrounding him. His killing intent grew stronger and stronger. Since young, anyone who dares to disobey this young master will die. The woman I want, even if she's a married woman, can't escape. The people I hate, even if they're my clansmen and relatives, must die. Li Yunxiao, you're dead for sure. His face was contorted badly, and he had lost all his grace. The only thing he was not burning was his body. Tisk, Yunxiao said slowly. So powerful? But this is the city of the Merchant Union, and you can't do whatever you want here. Humph, the city of the Merchant Union? In this young master's eyes, you're just a pig. I'll kill you today and see who dares to interfere. Jing Shaoyi almost roared. Yun Xiao raised his head and said loudly, Law enforcer of the Merchant Union. Someone is calling you pigs and is going to kill me in public against the rules of the city. Are you going to step out and do something? Or are you going to continue to pretend to be dead and hide? He directly used the sound wave technique, and everyone within a few miles could hear him clearly. The people in the sky could no longer sit still. The space rippled like water, and a law enforcement chariot appeared. A powerful aura descended from the chariot, and a barrier was set up, sealing off the space where everyone was. Jing Shaoyi's face changed drastically, feeling that he had been tricked by Yun Xiao. But he was very proud, and when he thought of the 3 elders in the city, he was still fearless. You insulted the Merchant Union and broke the rules. I don't care who you are, but you have to come with us now. 3 rays of light flew out from the battleship and surrounded Jing Shaoyi. His face was cold. Humph. Take a trip? Do you know who I am? No matter who you are, you have to go. Impudent. Jing Shaoyi said angrily. I am the eldest young master of Looming Mansion. Even if you are stronger than me, who would dare to touch me? Looming Mansion? The leader heaved a sigh of relief and said, At first, I thought it was some big power, so I was a little afraid. Turns out it's just a small sect I've never heard of. Now I don't have to worry anymore, and I don't have to make a trip here. Kill him directly. Jing Shaoyi. Ing Luo. Yes. The other two shouted in unison and attacked Jing Shaoyi from both sides. One of them used a small capture while the other used a large capture. Their cooperation was flawless. Jing Shaoyi was shocked and furious. He jumped up, condensed sword chi around his body, and slashed at the two. You still dare to fight back? You're looking for death. The leader's face darkened, and he also rushed forward. He punched out with both fists, and the entire space was compressed. With the three of them working together, their power doubled. Humph! A bunch of ants. Today, this young master will fly into a rage and kill all of you. Clang, the sound of a sword rang out, and a cold light flashed. Bang! 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 The moves of the three law enforcement officers were broken in an instant. Blood spurted out, and the three of them were pushed back several feet with a blood-curdling scream. Not good. This person's strength is unfathomable. One of them had a pale face and looked terrified. Haha, ant. What law enforcement of the merchant union? You're simply a pig. A murderous look flashed across Jing Shaoyi's eyes. He swung his sword and was about to take the lives of the three men. Boom! His sword chi had just slashed out when it suddenly exploded, turning into a violent force that shot into the sky and disappeared without a trace. Who is it? Who is it? Jing Shaoyi was shocked and stared at the sky vigilantly. Humph! Cold, angry snort rang out. Jing Shaoyi felt a shiver run down his spine. Then, there was a flash of light and an old man appeared in front of him. Before he could see the old man's face, he was slapped across the face and all his teeth were crushed. Eft! Under the great pain, he wanted to spit out a mouthful of blood and broken teeth. Swallow it. Don't dirty New Yen City. The cold voice came from the old man's mouth and Jing Shaoyi felt another heavy blow on his mouth. All the clotted blood and broken teeth were forced into his stomach. After that, he felt a very thick bump on his head, and with a bang, he completely lost consciousness. Great Elder! Great Elder! The three law enforcement officers hurriedly covered their bleeding wounds and came forward. Ding Ling also saluted the old man and said, Linger greets Great Elder Xianxia. The old man was Chun Xianxia, the Great Elder of Myriad Treasures Store. He nodded at Ding Linger, then looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated expression and said unhappily, Lord Feiyang, you've kept this from me for so long. Why do you say that, Grand Elder? Yun Xiao chuckled. The Star Destroyer sword that was snatched away by the 8 Signs of Death at the auction at New Yen City ended up in Lord Feiyang's hands. Right? Chen Zhongxi asked. That is my sword, Yun Xiao said. It's not too much to take it back. That's true, Chen Zhongxi said awkwardly. It's just that Lord Feiyang won't tell us his real body. You're treating Myriad Treasures Store as an outsider. I can't hide what I should know, Yun Xiao said with a smile. My identity is now known to the world. I've always admired Lord Feiyang's abilities, Chen Zhongxi said with a straight face. Right now, his identity is known by the entire world. Darren must have intentionally let the entire world know, right? What? Yun Xiao asked in surprise. Why do you say that? You must know that I have quite a few enemies. Chen Zhongxi chuckled. Lord Feiyang never does anything he's not confident in. Since he's revealed his true self to the world, he must have the power to protect himself. No. Yun Xiao shook his head and laughed. Great Elder, you're overthinking. Ha ha ha. The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Chen Zhongxi glanced at Jing Shaoyi, who was lying on the ground like a pile of mud. He raised his foot and stomped on him, intending to stomp him to death. First Elder, please show mercy. Su Hong suddenly shouted and ran out with his head full of cold sweat. We can't kill him. We can't kill him. Otherwise, he'll bring great trouble to Tianyuan Trading Company. Butler Su, you're exaggerating, Ding Ling said coldly. Tianyuan Trading Company was a part of the merchant union, so how could it be in any trouble? This Jing Shaoi is too arrogant and causes too much trouble. It will be a big problem if we keep him. Su Hong wiped the cold sweat off his forehead and said awkwardly, My lady, you should know Looming Mansion's strength best. If their eldest young master dies in New Yen City, it will not only affect Tianyuan Trading Company, but also the Merchant Union. Moreover, it's a critical time now. Ding Ling Er's brows slightly furrowed. She naturally knew about this situation, but thinking that this person's endless pestering might ruin Big Brother Yunxiao's impression of her, she immediately said firmly, Looming Mansion is indeed powerful, but Tianyuan Trading Company is not a pushover either. Chen Zhongxi also had a rough idea of the situation at this moment and said, Looming Mansion should be a hidden sect, right? To be able to cultivate such a disciple despite not being well known, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Since head steward Su said to spare his life, then let him be. If you want to deal with him, you can do so after this matter is over. Ding Ling looked at Yun Xiao for his opinion. Great Elder, you are right, Yun Xiao said. I'll spare his life for the time being, in case any accidents happen while we deal with Ling Bai. Since Big Brother Yun Xiao has said so, I'll give him a chance, Ding Ling said. If he still doesn't repent, I won't be polite. Su Hong heaved a sigh of relief and quickly went to check on Jing Shaoi's injuries. Although his life was not in danger, he was in deep trouble with his injuries. He muttered in his heart and secretly wanted to go back early and leave this tricky problem to Old Lai. Since Lord Feiyang has returned to New Yen City, please follow me back to the 10,000 Treasures building. Let me do my part as the host, Chen Zhongxi said. He invited her sincerely. Yun Xiao smiled. I still have something important to talk to Linger about. You can go back first, Great Elder. You don't have to protect me in the dark. Chen Zhongxi was embarrassed. Lord Feiyang, you've misunderstood. I just happened to see them when I was patrolling. I'm not following them. Oh? Yun Xiao asked in disbelief. Oh? Had the security problem in New Yen City become so serious? The Great Elder is actually leading the team. Chen Zhongxi's expression turned serious as he said, It's indeed more serious than I thought. Even the fat and thin Duda has appeared. What? Yun Xiao's face flickered as he said solemnly, These two people appeared here. Could he be here as well? Chen Zhongxi was also full of worry. With a worried look, he sighed and said, I do not know. I hope they didn't come, or else it's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Yun Xiao's eyes flickered as he said with a profound meaning, If he really comes, it might be a blessing and not a disaster. Why do you say that, Lord Feiyang? Chen Zhongxi asked in surprise. Yun Xiao smiled, but did not explain. I don't know much about this matter. Chen Zhongxi pondered for a while before saying, Lord Feiyang's words are truly profound and difficult to understand. I admit that my intelligence is not high enough. Let's not talk about this, Yun Xiao said with a smile. Let's not talk about this. The fat and thin Duda, those two idiots, didn't die after 20 years. They're quite lucky. Indeed, only the Great Elder can stop them. I just hope that they don't cause any more trouble, said Chen Zhongxi, his head aching. I've been so busy these past few days that I'm about to be exhausted. Yun Xiao laughed and said, It was Wan Yiqian who asked you to come out, right? Then I won't disturb Great Elder's inspection. I've already met with Wan Yiqian, so if there's anything, I'll naturally come to visit. After he finished speaking, he did not stay any longer and left with the others. Su Hong hurriedly carried Jing Shaoi. Yun Xiao gave him a look and said, This young master has broken the rules of the Merchant Union. By right, he should be taken away by the law enforcement team. It doesn't seem to be in accordance with the rules for us to bring him back. He didn't want to kill Jing Shaoi right now to prevent it from affecting the production of the 9E9 Yang pill. But he also didn't want to bring him back to Tianyuan Trading Company and make him unhappy. Su Hong said, I don't think this Kasaya is a good idea, Kasaya. It's not good to take him away, Yun Xiao said. Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce is a member of the Council of the Business Union. Are you going to take the lead and ignore the rules? You're right, Brother Yun Xiao. Ding Ling scolded. Su Hong, what are you doing? Su Hong didn't leave. He put Jing Shaoi down and said, Thank you for your trouble, great elder Xianxia. Chun Xianxia did not know Yunxiao's attitude, so he had to say, "Don't worry, leave it to me. Just follow the rules," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Don't break the rules because of me or Tianyuan Trading Company. Don't worry, I won't break the rules." Chun Xianxia immediately understood and chuckled as he watched them leave. Only when he was far away did his eyes slightly narrow, as if he had something on his mind, and he muttered to himself, "Why is it a blessing and not a curse for that person to come to New Yen City?" He obviously couldn't figure it out, and his brows furrowed deeply. One of the law enforcement officers came forward and pointed at Jing Shaoyi. "First Elder, what should we do with this person?" Chan Zhongxi's face darkened and he shouted, "Of course we'll do it according to the rules. No matter who it is absolutely impossible to overstep the rules." He kicked out and the ground exploded. Jing Shaoyi's body flew towards the police officer, covered in blood. An exquisite flying device was flying in the sky, with the huge of Tianyuan Trading Company printed on it. "I'll go to the Holy Land of Serenity in the north of the city to cultivate for a few days first," Yunxiao said. "I don't want to get involved in all kinds of trouble. When everyone is here, Ling you can come and inform me." Ding Ling shoulders trembled. "Big brother Yunxiao, I really have nothing to do with Jing Shaoyi. Please don't misunderstand," she said. Yunxiao's face was full of black lines. Looking at Ding Ling nervous face, he felt a little speechless. Embarrassed, he raised his hand and put it on her shoulder, then chuckled and said, "Silly girl, you're thinking too much. Do you need an explanation? I just don't want to be involved in the storm in New Yen City. I don't want to see anything happen to me while I'm making the pill or Ling Bai." Only then did Ding Ling uneasiness disappear. She seemed to be a little aggrieved, and her eyes were slightly red, but she smiled firmly and said, "That's good too. It's just that I can't see Big Brother Yunxiao every day even though we're both in New Yen City." The water deity leaned over and said, "Sister Ling why don't you enter closed-door cultivation with us?" Ding Ling smiled bitterly. "I still have a lot of things to deal with. I'm so envious of you, silly girl. You're so carefree and follow Big Brother Yunxiao without thinking about anything." Water deity mumbled, "It's not that good. Big Brother Yunxiao keeps me in the Divine Realm tablet every day and forces me to cultivate. I've only been out for a few days. Isn't there a lot of people in Sister's Chamber of Commerce? Butler Su is also very powerful. Just let him handle it." Ding Ling eyebrows moved slightly. "That's true. Now that Ding Peng is in charge of the Chamber of Commerce, with the help of Butler Su and Sir Lai, it's enough." She turned around. "Su Hong, we're going to the Quiet Elegance Holy Land to cultivate. You can go back first." "Miss, please don't." Su Hong was anxious and quickly said, "Young Master Ding Peng is still young. Without you, the Chamber of Commerce would be hard to operate." "Where's Ding Shan?" Yunxiao asked. "The president is busy," Su Hong said. "He's not in the Chamber of Commerce for the time being. My father has been running here and there for the elixir refining business," Ding Ling said. "He'll be back soon. Su Hong, father will arrive at Xinyan City in a few days. With the support of you and Lord Lai, can Ding Peng not even last a few days?" An unhappy expression appeared on her face, and she was even a little angry. Su Hong's face was full of bitterness. If it was before, it would have been fine. But just now, something happened to Jing Shaoyi. The three elders of Looming Mansion are now in the headquarters. "I'm afraid, Lord Lai, and I can't handle it. You guys can't even take care of so many men, and Sister Ling a girl can? Aren't you guys ashamed?" Embarrassing face. Su Hong wiped his cold sweat with his sleeve and did not dare to make a sound. He would rather be scolded by the water deity than to face the three elders of Looming Mansion alone. It was better to be embarrassed than to be killed by the other party's angry palm. After receiving the three elders in New Yen City for a few days, he knew that they were arrogant and condescending. They could take your life if you didn't agree. Are those three elders also the assistants who refined the 9-in-9 Yang pill? Yunxiao asked. That's right. Ding Linger explained. I've been leading people to Looming Mansion in the past few months to persuade them to take action. After all, the key to making this pill was the Inyang cauldron, which was the most precious treasure of Looming Mansion. Father had promised to give them 1/3 of the pills after they were done before they were willing to take out the treasured cauldron and send 3 elders to help. Humph! If we knew this would happen, we would have just taken the cauldrons and not needed their help. I see, Xianxia said. It's so complicated. The materials required to concoct the 9E9 Yang breaking adversity pill are too complicated and precious. I'm afraid Tianyuan Trading Company has owed many favors over the years. That's right, Ding Linger sighed. But as long as I can make the pill and reach the estimated level of 8 Yin and 8 Yang, it's all worth it. Xianxia nodded and said, That's true. However, would Ding Shan be so generous with 1/3 of the shares? Ding Linger's face changed slightly. She knew what Xianxia was referring to, so she said, Father agreed to this. I don't care about the details. It's fine as long as Big Brother Xiao's pill is not too little. Xiao was quite touched. Silly girl, he said. You don't have to do anything for me. Even without this pill, I'll be able to recover to my peak in my previous life sooner or later, and even improve further. Ding Linger was full of anticipation. She clasped her hands in front of her body and said with excitement and admiration, I hope to see Big Brother Xiao ruling the world soon. Xiao stroked her hair and said softly, I will. An unusual emotion flowed in Ding Linger's heart. Her body was slightly hot, and her cheeks could not help but burn. Sister, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Did you get hurt just now? The water deity suddenly cried out with a look of concern. Ding Linger suddenly wanted to beat her to death, so she turned around and said, It's nothing. I just accidentally made a mistake while circulating my yuan power. Is that serious? The water deity quickly asked. Big Brother Xiao, quickly take a look at Big Sister Linger. Shut up, Xiao scolded in embarrassment. Meddlesome. If you're still a busybody, go into the Divine Realm tablet. The water deity was so scared that she didn't dare to speak. Big Brother Xiao, wait for my news, Ding Linger said with her back to Xiao. She did not dare to look back as she flew away from the aircraft with Su Hong. A moment later, Xiao arrived at the sacred land of serenity. From time to time, there were experts flying in the air, entering and leaving. At this moment, the cultivation ground was 3 to 4 times larger than the last time, but it was affected by the major event. It lost a sense of elegance and spirituality, and was more solemn. Yuring Luo. Yuring Luo. The man in charge was still Shui Hongtao, whom he had met last time. As soon as he saw Xiao, he recognized him, and his face changed drastically with a hint of horror. Xiao did not seem to know him as he said indifferently, Give me a purple room. He threw the token of Tianyuan Trading Company over. Yes, yes, Shui Hongtao hurriedly replied. He didn't dare to say anything more and quickly handled the matter. This caused strange gazes to constantly come from all around, all of them secretly wondering what kind of great figure this was to actually make the person in charge so nervous and to do things several times more nimbly. Xiao did not stay for long. After all the procedures were done, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared from the hall. Shui Hongtao heaved a heavy sigh of relief and wiped the sweat off his forehead with his sleeve. He pondered for a moment, then hurriedly took out a jade token, cast a few incantations into it, and then smashed it. A talisman flew out from the jade token and flickered in the air before being destroyed. Only then did the grave expression on his face slowly ease up, revealing an ice-cold expression. The purple room that Shui Hongtao had opened for Xiao was very luxurious, obviously of the top grade. It was like a dream, filled with all kinds of exquisite utensils and a mountain of supreme-grade primordial stones. The development of this cultivation place is fast, but with the pressure from Lingbai, I'm afraid many people have left. The rest of them were either in closed-door cultivation and didn't know about the news, waiting to watch a good show. I wonder how many innocent people will be implicated by the merchant union's decision this time. Xiao sighed a few times, then cast several incantation seals and set up an enchantment in the room. Only then did he take out the Divine Realm tablet and fly into it. Lord Mu Di, I have something to ask. When Yunxiao came to a certain place in the Divine Realm tablet, he felt a barrier in front of him, so he stopped and greeted him loudly. After a while, a yellow light rushed up hundreds of meters away. It was unstable in the air and gradually turned into a burly and majestic man. He looked over with an awe-inspiring aura. Yunxiao was taken aback, but he was overjoyed. "Congratulations, sir. You can directly separate your soul from your body. This starlight soul body is indeed wonderful," the figure said slowly. "I can survive and cultivate on my own even without possessing a puppet. Did you come to find me because you have collected enough materials for the divine steel?" His eyes glowed with excitement. "Not yet," Yunxiao said, blushing. "I have something else to ask you." "Oh? That's quite slow. What is it?" Lingmu Di was a little disappointed. "My lord," Yunxiao said, "have you ever heard of the 9 yin and 9 yang disaster-breaking pill?" "Of course I've heard of it." Lingmu Di was taken aback. "Why? Did you get this pill?" Although his expression was a little shocked, he was still calm. It was obvious that even though this pill was precious, it was nothing in his eyes. "No," Yunxiao said. He explained the matter in detail and asked, "What do you think the chances of producing pills like this are?" Lingmu Di's brows were slightly furrowed. He looked up at the sky, as if he was thinking about something. "I can't make pills." "What?" Yunxiao trembled and cried out in surprise. "How can this be? Even with the combined strength of 18 9-stars martial sovereigns, you still can't form your core under the sky." "It's not that I can't condense the pill," Lingmu Di said. "It's just that there seems to be a problem with the process." "What question?" Yunxiao asked in surprise. "What question?" "I don't know the details, so I can't make a judgment," Lingmu Di said. "You're a 9th-tier alchemist, so you can figure it out yourself." Yunxiao muttered to himself, "How am I supposed to figure it out? If I can figure it out, do I need to ask you?" Suddenly, a golden light shone as Lingmu Di performed an incantation gesture with both hands. Runes danced in the air and flashed in front of Yunxiao one by one, each character vanishing in an instant. "This is a Xianxia, the recipe for the 9 yin 9 yang breaking crisis pill," he exclaimed in shock. "Darren actually has the pill recipe. I was not only the king of the North region back then," Lingmu Di said. "I was also a divine smith. Is it strange that I have a few pill recipes?" Yunxiao was shocked again. "Divine smith? There's no need to make a fuss," Lingmu Di said. "You'll know that there's a problem with the process if you study the recipe of the 9 yin and 9 yang breaking adversity pill. My soul is still unstable, so I won't talk to you any longer," he said, seemingly a little tired. It turned into a yellow light and landed on the ground far away. Yunxiao could clearly sense that the power of the barrier had weakened a lot. He immediately sat down cross-legged and began to comprehend outside the enchantment. He had forcefully imprinted the refinement method into his mind with the power of the moon pupil, and only now did he read it word by word. This pill recipe had already exceeded his scope of understanding. As soon as he read it, his soul trembled and his entire spirit was sucked into it, and his expression became obsessed. A few days later, the confused look on his face gradually faded away and he regained his calm. He slowly opened his eyes, and a bright light flashed across them. "If I have enough materials, I can find a few helpers and maybe I can really refine the top-grade 9 yin and 9 yang pills." Yunxiao pondered for a moment. Then his figure faded and disappeared from where he was in a trance. In the purple room, his true body, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes. With a wave of his long sleeve, he removed the barrier that had been set up around him. Just as he stood up, an overbearing blade slashed down. Boom! Yunxiao's figure disappeared in a flash, leaving only an afterimage and the ground that had been split open by the sharp blade. The surrounding environment changed, and they found themselves in a desolate land, with the huge gully that had been created by the power of the blade still there. A green thunderbolt flashed beside the ravine, and Yunxiao took on his human form as he said leisurely, "This purple room is really not bad. I can actually imitate my opponent's attacks to train in. Since it's not bad, then you should practice well. Don't mistreat the cost." An ice-cold voice rang out, and a saber ray appeared in the sky once again, slashing down fiercely. Yunxiao dodged again and appeared in the sky, slashing out a sword beam with his finger. Swish! The sky was instantly pierced through, and under the fluctuation of water, the sword chi created a deep, pitch-black hole. A gray-white figure suddenly appeared behind him and slashed at him with a saber. Dang! Yunxiao put 2 fingers together and pointed them in the air. The cold sword suddenly slashed out, shaking off the blade and causing it to shine. Oh? So it's you, the minion. How did you know I was in this purple room? Yunxiao asked unhurriedly. And you came here to kill me? Humph. Isn't it very easy for this lord to find out information about a person? The man in gray was the hilt of the 12 blades of the ascendant cloud, Ziyuan Plateau. With a fierce look on his face, he slapped the back of the blade, and a violent force gushed out, pushing Yunxiao back several feet. In any case, just die for this seat. Void Gong's saber. The treasured saber was unsealed and became 70 to 80 feet long and 3 feet wide. He held the saber hilt with one hand and slashed horizontally, directly breaking the illusion. Tisk! Yunxiao sneered disdainfully. In a flash, he stood on the back of the man's saber, standing firmly with his legs straight. You do have some skills, but your death today will be because you underestimated your enemy. Nie Gaoyuan laughed hideously and suddenly opened his mouth wide. His upper body actually transformed into a demon, and his head turned into a snake that was several times larger, biting down with a resentful gaze. Yunxiao was taken aback. He raised his primordial energy and tried to fly up, but he suddenly found that the ground under his feet was stuck. Looking over in shock, he saw 2 formations appearing on the back of the blade, sucking his feet like quicksand, and even his body was slowly sinking. What the hell is this? Damn it! Yunxiao cursed. Suddenly, a golden light burst out of his body, and he turned into a golden body. He grabbed the 2 sharp teeth in the snake's mouth with both hands, preventing it from biting down. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! A slender red tongue shot out like a rope. There were stellar energy spots on the tip of the tongue, and it was pointed straight at his heart. Boring! Yunxiao frowned. 2 heads and 4 arms appeared behind him again, and one of them grabbed the red tongue. However, the tongue was soft and wrapped around his arm like a long whip. It extended infinitely again and reached for his heart. Yunxiao stretched out his arm again and put his fingers together to cover his heart, then slapped the tongue away. Roar! Nie Gaoyuan was furious, and his furry left hand turned into a claw and slapped down. Yunxiao stood where he was, his face unchanged as he clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! The big hand smacked on his fist, causing his body to shake. Ha ha ha! The snake head let out a strange laugh. The long red tongue kept dancing, but it didn't dare to shoot anymore, as if it was in pain from the slap. What's so funny? Yunxiao asked in confusion. What's so funny? Do you think you can scare me? I've seen monsters that are even more terrifying than you. Luo Gaoyuan sneered. You'll know in a while. This profound weapon of mine is called the Void Gong Saber. The inside of the saber leads directly to the endless void. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he felt a great pressure coming at him. Nie Gaoyuan was trying his best to suppress him, and his body kept sinking into the blade. Ha ha ha! I'll be exiled to that endless world forever. Nie Gaoyuan's face was filled with a sinister smile, and those snake eyes shot out sinister and cruel rays. Yunxiao only felt that the suction force was getting stronger and stronger, and he could not break free. He was taken aback, and the moment he opened his mouth, he cursed, Fuck! Do your parents know you're such a bastard? Ha ha ha! Nie Gaoyuan laughed wildly, his snake eyes full of ridicule. The so-called martial sovereign vanquisher is only SOSO. How disappointing. Yunxiao's face changed several times, and in the end he begged for mercy. Sir, please let me go. We have no enmity. Why do you want to kill me? Humph. Why would I want to kill you? Huang Gaoyuan laughed and said in disdain. Because you and I have a grudge. Because you have a saint weapon. Because you have a woman that I drool over. Because you're a titled martial sovereign. Because I don't like you. Because you're more handsome than me. Any one of these reasons is enough to kill you 10,000 times. Die! He roared. The muscles on the hairy arm bulged and doubled in size as it pressed Yunxiao down and kept sinking into the void of the blade. Yunxiao's face was filled with horror as he wailed. My lord, please let me go. Everything can be discussed. I can give you the saint artifact and the girl. If you think I'm handsome, I can disfigure you. Humph. It's too late. If I had known that martial sovereign vanquisher would be so weak, I would have made you kneel down and lick my shoes. Luo Gaoyuan sneered. Yunxiao's face was filled with hatred as he roared. You'll die a terrible death. I'll sink into nothingness. So don't even think about getting the saint artifact. Ha ha ha. You don't have to worry about that. Ha ha ha. Luo Gaoyuan laughed out loud. I can accurately find the coordinates of anyone who enters my void gong saber. I'll come and take care of you after you die. Ha ha ha. Yunxiao struggled madly, but it was in vain, and he sank directly into the water. Swish! Luo Gaoyuan kept his big saber and returned to his normal state, his demon-like body also returning to his human form. Humph! I thought I would have to go through a lot of trouble, but it's really an undeserved reputation. Luo Gaoyuan looked to a place not far away and said, Your Excellency, you can come out now. This titled martial sovereign is only SOSO. You and I are being too careful. But the void was silent, and no one responded to him. My lord! Luo Gaoyuan shouted again. Suddenly, a bad feeling welled up in his heart, and he raised his saber vigilantly. What's going on? Who's there? His eyes were fixed on a node not far away, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. He slashed with the phantom gong blade, and a water-like blade light flew out. Chi-la! The entire sky was split into two, revealing endless nothingness. The darkness continued to expand, swallowing Luo Gaoyuan. Suddenly, specks of light appeared in the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, they were actually countless stars. What's going on? Luo Gaoyuan was shocked. This is only the purple room's illusory space. Even if it didn't die under my blade, it should have revealed a flaw. That's Ing Luo. He was shocked and stared into the distance. A dried corpse was slowly floating over. Li Yunxiao. Nie Gaoyuan was so scared that he retreated several feet, staring vigilantly at the dried corpse, and his forehead was covered in sweat. Even if Yunxiao had been swallowed into the void, it was impossible for him to turn into a mummified corpse so quickly. Moreover, the mummified corpse's eyes were extremely demonic, as if they were staring at him, and they kept floating over. He swallowed his saliva with difficulty and felt his body turn cold. He gripped the void gong saber with both hands and was extremely vigilant. Li Yunxiao, don't try to play tricks in front of me. In a rage, he slashed down with his saber. A huge saber beam streaked across the night sky like a new moon and cut Yunxiao's mummified corpse, completely shattering it into dust and dissipating. This by-in, Luo Gaoyuan raised his saber and shouted in shock and anger, Come out! I know it's you, Li Yunxiao. Come out and fight me to the death if you have the guts. What kind of skill is this, relying on illusions? He was suddenly shocked and scolded himself for being careless. Gu Feiyang's eye sorcery was unparalleled in the world. When he had suppressed Gu Feiyang earlier, he seemed to have felt a trace of abnormality, but he had not paid much attention to it. He did not expect that he would be deeply trapped by the time he discovered it. Come out! Come out! Nie Gaoyuan suddenly swung his knife and slashed out. The knife light flew through the night sky in a beautiful way, but it was useless. The whole night was quiet. Suddenly, a trace of fear welled up in his heart. If Yunxiao never answered, would he have to stay in this void until he died? Come out! Come out! Luo Gaoyuan was scared. He realized that he couldn't break through this illusory space at all. No matter how he attacked, the entire night sky remained unchanged. It was as if those stars had never changed since the beginning of time, until the endless future. Suddenly, a star appeared, and the light gradually changed, revealing Yunxiao's figure. He crossed his arms over his chest and said with a smile, I'm very curious. Who is the Lord you were talking about? Who did you come with? Fight me to the death if you dare, Luo Gaoyuan roared. I'll tell you if I lose. Why should I fight you to the death for no reason? Yun Xiao laughed. Who do you think you are? Luo Gaoyuan was furious, and his entire neck was red as he roared. Then you'll never know who I came with, forever. Yun Xiao looked at him contemptuously and said leisurely, Can you hold on until forever and not say anything? What do you mean? Luo Gaoyuan frowned, only to see that Yun Xiao's figure had disappeared, and the place had turned back into a star, shining with a faint yellow light. It was as if Yun Xiao had never appeared, and what he had just seen was an illusion. Luo Gaoyuan felt that his brain was a little muddled, as if he couldn't tell the real from the illusionary. He roared, Come out, trash, pig, come out. The phantom gong blade slashed down, shattering the star into pieces. How Gaoyuan? Time slowly passed by. 1 day, 3 days, 1 month, 1 year. Nie Gaoyuan came back to his senses from his cross-legged position. His eyes were filled with sorrow, followed by endless fear, and his body began to tremble. He realized that he had been cultivating in the void for an entire year, but his strength had not improved in the slightest. How could this be? He was finally afraid. He had thought that Yun Xiao's strength was at the peak of martial arts at most, and so was he. Even if he was slightly inferior to Yun Xiao, he would be able to break the illusion in this place sooner or later as long as he cultivated for a while. However, to his horror, he realized that no matter how hard he cultivated, it was useless. A feeling suddenly welled up in his heart, and he roared, Li Yun Xiao, come out! Come out! I'm begging you, please come out. Once again it was useless. There was no sound in the void except for the stars. No, it can't be that a year has passed. It must be an illusion of time created by an illusion. Luo Gaoyuan suddenly came to a realization and immediately consoled himself. Perhaps in 2 hours, or even shorter, that lord will definitely make his move. His face twisted as he said coldly, When that lord makes his move and the illusion is broken, I'll definitely pierce your bones and scatter your ashes. His hatred was boundless, and it spread in the void, accompanied by an endless killing intent. However, another 10 years had passed. How Gaoyuan? 30 years, 50 years, 100 years, 300 years. He woke up from his deep sleep. When he saw that he was still in the same environment, he finally broke down. He couldn't remember how long it had been, and he had even forgotten many things. He didn't remember why he was here or where he was going. Nie Gaoyuan held his head. The hairpin broke, and his long hair was in a mess. He let out a painful cry and directly used his hands to strangle himself. His movements suddenly stopped, as if he had realized that something was wrong, as if he had a different feeling. There was another person not far from him. He had an extraordinary aura and was looking at him with a smile. You're Li Yun Xiao, Xuanji. A flash of lightning appeared in his mind, as if he had suddenly recalled many things. Li Yun Xiao, I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Not only did Luo Gaoyuan go mad, but his eyes also turned red and he even cried. He had been locked up in this place for 300 years. 300 years. I'm going to kill you. The illusory gong blade slashed out, but it went straight through Yun Xiao's body, leaving him unscathed. Tisk tsk. It's only been 300 years. Yun Xiao smiled faintly and said, It seems that this young master's pupillary abilities have regressed a little. I thought that 1,000 years had passed. Luo Gaoyuan's entire body trembled, and he suddenly cried and begged, my lord, please let me go. I beg you to let me go. Woo-woo. It's only been 300 years, and you can't hold on any longer? In the past, I banished some idiots for 100,000 years, and when they came out, even their mothers couldn't recognize them. 100,000 years old by and Luo Gaoyuan shivered and cried, Lord Yun Xiao, I was wrong. I won't dare to fight you again, so please let me, this ant, go. Woo-woo. First, Tell me how you came to the purple room to deal with me, Xianxia said. And who came with you? Purple room. Luo Gaoyuan's eyes revealed a look of confusion. After all, he had experienced too much time, and he had forgotten many things in 300 years. I remember now. He was shocked and roared. Su Lieni. It's that bitch, Su Lieni. I've been trapped here for 300 years. But she didn't come to save me. Damn it. Oh, so you're the old witch from the Empyrean 1 pavilion, Xianxia said. I understand. I'll let you go this time. But if there's a next time, remember that it's 100,000 years. He raised his hand and snapped his fingers. With a ka sound, the surroundings changed. Luo Gaoyuan's entire body trembled, and he was overjoyed. When the sky was bright again, he was still holding the false gong saber in one hand, half transformed into a demon, and his 2 snake teeth were held tightly by Yunxiao's hands. Yunxiao's feet stepped on the array passage of the void gong saber, and half of his body had sunk in. Ah! Luo Gaoyuan understood immediately, and his mind gradually cleared up. Everything appeared in his mind one by one. It only lasted an instant. He was shocked and his heart trembled. 100 years passed in an instant. What's wrong? Why haven't you put away your venomous fangs and saber? With 3 heads and 6 arms and a transcendence golden body, Yunxiao looked at him coldly with a sneer on the corner of his mouth. Luo Gaoyuan struggled violently in his heart. At this moment, Yunxiao was still trapped in his void gong saber, and he had only used an eye sorcery to make him lose his mind for a moment. But in an instant, he felt like 300 years had passed, and he even wanted to die. If he let go now, he might lose the best chance to kill Yunxiao. But if he did not let go of Lao Ai, he would not be able to kill him. His entire body trembled. He didn't know if he could dodge the next eye technique. If he were to be hit again, he would rather die. After a moment of struggle, Wu Gaoyuan finally retracted his demon body and the saber. He retreated hundreds of feet and stared at Yunxiao vigilantly. Be careful! It's only been 300 years, Yunxiao sneered. Do you really need to do this? Luo Gaoyuan's face was paler than lime. He gritted his teeth and said, I'd rather die than be your enemy. I'll take it that today's matter never happened. Goodbye. It never happened? Yunxiao asked. You want to leave after a fight? Are you joking? Luo Gaoyuan's expression turned unsightly, and he said, Then what do you want? The person in charge of this matter is still outside, and I'm just hired here. I don't want to do this business anymore. If you're not satisfied, from now on, no matter where Yunxiao goes, the 12 blades of the soaring cloud will avoid him. How about that? Tisk! What does your retreat have to do with me? Yunxiao sneered. What does it have to do with me? You say it as if I'm afraid you won't retreat. Today's matter won't end so easily, so you must promise me one thing. This matter is directly related to the 2 of us, so it'll be beneficial to you. Luo Gaoyuan was stunned for a moment and asked suspiciously, It's good for me too? What do you want to say? Is it to kill Ling Bai? Of course not, Yunxiao said with a smile. If you want to kill Ling Bai with your strength, you'll have to wait until your next life. Humph! Nye Gaoyuan said resentfully. Wait for this lord to step into the divine transcendence realm. Oh? Yunxiao's eyes narrowed as he said, That's why I'm looking for you. What? Huang Gaoyuan was shocked and said, Could it be that you're also a Xinjin? Yes. Yunxiao nodded. I was invited by Tianyuan Trading Company to be one of the 18 9-stars martial sovereigns. Luo Gaoyuan was silent for a moment. With your strength, you can definitely get a pill. I can't figure out why you're looking for me. Could it be that you want to join forces with me to snatch the pill? His eyes suddenly lit up as he licked his lips and said excitedly, If we can snatch all 18 of the medicinal pills, then... Yunxiao smiled indifferently and waved his hand to stop him from talking. Then he poured cold water on him and said, You're too naive. It's hard to say whether it can be formed into a pill or not. What? Luo Gaoyuan's expression changed drastically, and he said in shock, What do you mean? This alchemy was related to him stepping into the divine transcendence realm, so he had to be extremely careful. Don't be nervous. Yunxiao said with a smile. I'll explain it slowly. That's right. How did Su Liani find you and deal with me? Why did she want to kill me? How would I know? Luo Gaoyuan snorted. Yunxiao touched his chin and thought for a moment, then said, There are indeed some small misunderstandings between me and Empyrean One Pavilion, but they're only small misunderstandings. This old which couldn't be so unforgiving, right? Fine. I'll go out and explain it to her later. Yunxiao and Luo Gaoyuan began to talk. Nie Gaoyuan's expression became extremely shocked, and then revealed an extremely grave expression that couldn't be resolved for a long time. You and I know about this, Yunxiao said. You're a smart man, so you should know what to do. Luo Gaoyuan's brows furrowed into a deep frown, and he remained silent. I understand, he said after a while. Yunxiao smiled and said, Actually, you don't have a choice. I know, Luo Gaoyuan said in a deep voice. Be careful, Su Liani is just outside. I don't want the person who can defeat me to be killed by others. Don't worry, Yunxiao said with a smile. I won't die even if you all die. Humph. Luo Gaoyuan snorted heavily and turned around to leave. With a single step, his body began to turn transparent, and after a few steps, he completely disappeared. Yunxiao's right pupil shone with a demonic light, and the surrounding scene was immediately retracted, returning him to the purple room. The door was wide open, and there was still a faint elemental energy fluctuation. It was that Nie Gaoyuan had already left. Granny Su, Yunxiao said with his head held high. Come out and meet me. Humph. A cold snort came from inside the room. The space twisted slightly, and a woman in blue palace clothes stood in the air, looking at him coldly. The woman's blue robe was embroidered with flowing clouds and dark flowers. Her face was cold and beautiful, giving people a sense of amazement, without a trace of emotion. Granny Su, Yunxiao said with a smile, there's no enmity between us. You don't have to find someone to cut me down, do you? No grudge, the woman said coldly. From the Demon Plains to Songyueyang City, I've sent many good men to die in your hands. Even my most favored disciple, Liang Yui, went to the Blade Sect because of you. Aren't all these grudges caused by injustice and hatred? Yunxiao laughed. Those good men you sent are all fools. Each of them is courting death. How can you blame me? As for Liang Yui, she was also forced away by that stupid Su Danhe. Everyone can testify that day. Su Liani's face turned ugly as she said, No matter what, the Empyrean One Pavilion has suffered a great loss because of you. How should we settle this? Yunxiao spread his hands and shrugged as he said helplessly, If you think this way, you will only suffer greater losses in the future. As for how you want to settle the score, Ingluo, it's up to you. You can't beat me now anyway, so I'm not afraid of you. You coward! Su Liani was infuriated by his scoundrel-like behavior. She gritted her teeth and said, Good! I'll see for myself how strong Gu Feiyang is after he reincarnated. With a point of her finger, a beam of light, half purple and half black, shot up into the sky and condensed in her palm. Eventually, it turned into a double-colored flower and flew toward Yunxiao. The dual-colored flower released a terrifying power, locking the space in the purple room and shattering it. Yunxiao's thin figure was constantly in a daze. Under the strangulation force, hundreds of golden lights burst out from the surface of his skin. Boom! Suddenly, the entire space began to tremble violently, and the purple and black were constantly torn apart. With Yunxiao as the center, a storm spun, and countless birds cried out, I'll take the wind and cloud. Yunxiao's eyes narrowed, and a cold gleam flickered in them. With a playful smile on his face, he thrust out a palm. The wind was strong and the clouds were flying. All the power was repelled, and the body of golden light became solid. The dual-colored flower exploded with a bang and turned into 2 wisps of green smoke. The purple room returned to silence, and only the sound of Su Liani's rapid breathing was left. Granny Su, do you want another round? Yunxiao looked at her with a smile. Humph! After Su Liani's expression changed several times, she turned around and was about to leave. TSK, TSK. You really think you're the lord of New Yen City? You come and go as you please. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Yunxiao's face turned cold as he flicked his finger, shooting out an electric arc. Bang! The electric arc exploded in front of Su Lieni and turned into circles of lightning. They stacked together and covered her body. What? Su Lieni was shocked and said angrily, "You want to trap me with a mere finger lightning? You're underestimating me." Her long robe fluttered and her hands danced in front of her. Beautiful flowers flew out and swirled around her arms. A total of 9 flowers were formed and Su Lieni pushed forward with both her palms. Bang, bang, bang! The 9 flowers of light shattered at once, and a terrifying power suddenly exploded, surging out like waves. Boom! The lightning in the surroundings was instantly drowned out. Su Lieni stood in the air with a cold expression. The light was like a huge flower that had bloomed, illuminating her until her face was extremely gloomy. But in an instant, the huge garland was cut into pieces, and even the light condensed and turned into a faint blue. A sword as fast as lightning cut the space in the room into 2. It was as if nothing existed in the world except for this sword strike. Everything seemed to have fused into it. Su Lieni's eyes were filled with shock. She raised both of her hands and continued to perform incantation gestures. Her 10 fingers danced and finally formed a hand seal. Her 10 fingers interlocked and pressed down on the sword's edge. Artifact spirits appeared on her fingernails, and like a beast opening its mouth, it bit down. Clang! There was a short and rapid sound of friction. The cold sword stopped 3 inches away from Su Lieni's chest. However, the sharp sword intent and cold air directly touched her heart. The plum blossom-sized blood print seeped through, but was frozen by the cold air in the blink of an eye. Bang! The helmet on the 10 fingers that were holding the long sword suddenly cracked, and blood dripped onto the sword. Su Lieni's face was pale, and her eyes were staring at Yunxiao with confusion and emptiness. Heh! This young master has already said that you can't beat me. Since it's your first offense and you're a woman, I'll only cut off your arms today as a slight punishment. Yunxiao grinned hideously as his long sword trembled slightly, sending out a boundless chill and sword chi. Seeing that it was about to cut down, Su Lieni screamed in fear, "Don't! Please let me go!" Her face had long lost all color and was deathly pale. "Let you go? Granny Su, you were the one who wanted to kill me a cup of tea ago," Yunxiao said coldly. Su Lieni's lips had turned white. She bit her lips so hard that they bled. "Lord Feiyang, I actually came here today for another matter. Put down your sword and I'll tell you in detail." Yunxiao frowned. "Do you think I'm a child?" he asked. "Do you think I'm a child? Seeing that you can't kill him, you're starting to talk business?" "I did want to kill you at first," Su Lieni said hurriedly. "But it's also a test to see if you have the strength to come and talk to me." Yunxiao sneered as he put the sword away and said, "Let's talk. I want to see what interesting things you can talk about to save your life. If the negotiation doesn't go well, the master of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion will die here today." Su Lieni took a look at the red blood stain on her chest before raising her head and saying slowly, "I asked Dene Gaoan to kill you to test your strength, but if you didn't pass, then so be it. After all, you do have a grudge with the Empyrean 1 Pavilion." Yunxiao did not say a word and just waited quietly. Initially, Su Lieni wanted to test his reaction. However, she was obviously disappointed. There wasn't even a single ripple in his eyes. He was looking at her calmly, and even if there was, it was a hint of mockery. She sighed in her heart, but she was also a little happy. She continued, "If you can defeat Nie Gaoyuan and join forces with me, I plan to make a deal with you. Your current performance is even better than I expected." "A deal? Let's see what you have to buy back your life," Yunxiao said with a sneer. "Let's see what you have." Su Lieni's face revealed a hint of anger. After pondering for a while, she said something earth-shattering. "I want to join you with the Empyrean 1 Pavilion." "What?" At last, Yunxiao's expression changed. He was stunned at first, and then he looked puzzled. Su Lieni let out a long sigh and said, "I said I'm here to seek refuge, but I'm actually here to seek your protection." "Protection? Did the Heavenly One Pavilion get into big trouble? Yunxiao asked. Su Liani shook her head and replied, No. What's going on? Yunxiao asked. I want to know what you mean by protection. What do you think of the Merchant Union's future? Su Liani asked. Your future is boundless, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. Your past is bright. Su Liani smiled bitterly. I am speaking with Lord Feiyang openly. Why do you have to say such conventional words? Oh, Yunxiao asked. What do you think of the Merchant Union's future? Su Liani shook her head repeatedly and put on a helpless look. She smiled bitterly and said, Then I'll be direct. It's still unknown whether New Yen City can successfully survive this time. Even if it does, I'm afraid that there will be earth-shattering changes. The structure of the 7 council members will be completely broken. I've also heard about it, Yunxiao said. Your Empyrean One Pavilion is strongly opposed to the declaration of war against Ling Bai this time. Su Liani nodded and said, That's right. The Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, the Mando Chamber of Commerce, and my Tiani Chamber of Commerce are all strongly against it. However, our strength is limited. We can't control the general direction of the Merchant Union. Yunxiao grabbed a bamboo chair from the air and sat down. Who came up with this stupid idea to deal with Ling Bai? Anyone with eyes could tell that something was wrong. The business alliance's development is based on interests, and this extremely uneconomical and completely reverse thing is not in line with the business alliance's style and interests. Oh? Su Liani was sad for a while before she said, Lord Feiyang has also seen through it. So it's very normal to object, Yunxiao said. What's abnormal is that the other 4 families actually agreed. Su Liani's expression changed several times and she said with a serious face, That's why I can't figure it out. Myriad Treasure Store is the initiator of this matter, so they naturally strongly agree with it. But why do Money Sect, Star and Moon School, and Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce also agree? She lowered her head and paced slowly in the room, analyzing to herself. The rise of the Star and Moon School is too sudden and unbelievable. I've always had a guess, and now it seems to be true. You mean the force behind it? Yunxiao raised his eyebrows. Su Liani smiled and said, Lord Feiyang, you probably know that it's the Divine Cloud Palace, right? More and more people knew about this, and it was no secret. However, the Divine Cloud Palace is only a well-known sect that has been sealed off for 20 years. Even if they are powerful, they are just outsiders in the business of the Chamber of Commerce. How can they support the Star and Moon School in an instant? What? Yunxiao's heart trembled. Do you mean that there's someone else behind the Star and Moon School? Could it be the Myriad Treasure Store? Su Liani praised. Lord Feiyang, you're really smart. Other than the 10,000 Treasures Tower, who else in this world would have such great ability? He took over the 4 Extreme Sex Stall and gave it to the Star and Moon School. If the Star Moon School was not under their control, how could they be so generous? Yunxiao's face was solemn as he fell into deep thought. Su Liani looked at him and smiled bitterly. I've long guessed this. Not only me, but I think the other presidents also know about it. However, the Myriad Treasure Store is powerful, and with the cooperation of Shenshao Palace, we can't stop them. How confident are you in your guess? Yunxiao asked. Su Liani said, Originally I had 80%. Now that the declaration of war against Ling Bai was announced, I can basically confirm it. Not only me, but the presidents of Mando and Thunder Wind Chamber of Commerce are also certain. What? Yunxiao was shocked. Do you mean that it's very likely that the Divine Cloud Palace will intervene in Xianxia's declaration of war against Ling Bai? Su Liani said, Otherwise, what would Lord Feiyang think? Other than having a lot of money, what does Myriad Treasure Store have to compete with Ling Bai? Yunxiao's face was unsightly, and an inexplicable irritation welled up in his heart. Su Liani said worriedly, Now, Lord Feiyang, do you understand our predicament? Myriad Treasure Store had been dormant in the business alliance for so many years and had been working hard. It was not an ordinary thing. After this battle, I'm afraid the Merchant Union will be unified. You want to use my power to resist the unification of the Merchant Union? Yunxiao said. You think too highly of me. Su Lianyi said, with Lord Feiyong's current strength, it's indeed hard for him to turn the situation around. Even if he were to recover to his peak state in his previous life, he might not be able to do it. However, it's different now, because you have a saint weapon. Her eyes brightened as if she had seen the light of hope. With some excitement, she said, I've heard that there's a world inside the saint artifact. Is that true? Yun Xiao gave her a strange look and said, you want to move the entire Empyrean One Pavilion into the holy artifact? It's fine to let you hide inside. But what's the point if all of the Empyrean One Pavilion's businesses all over the world are harvested? Su Lianyi's excited expression turned dejected. How could I not know that? It's just that I don't have many solutions now. I can only take one step at a time. However, I will never stay under the 1,000 Treasures Tower and listen to his every command. You're just finding a way out for yourself, Yun Xiao said with a cold smile. It's not for the sake of the Empyrean One Pavilion. Su Lianyi said angrily, Empyrean One Pavilion will fight to the end. As long as all the core members are still alive, there will be hope to take back everything. The so-called Chamber of Commerce and sect, didn't they all refer to people? As long as you don't die, there will always be hope. You do have a point, Yun Xiao said. But why should I help you, or should I say, why should I protect you? To make Myriad Treasures Tower and Divine Cloud Palace my enemy for this? Am I not courting death? Right now, everyone in the world knows that I have a saint artifact, and the number of people who want my life is uncountable. If there are 2 more of these people, I might really die. I won't, Su Lianyi said with certainty. You're a guest of the Myriad Treasures store. Although that was in the past, it's a critical moment now. The Myriad Treasures store must want you to go back. Moreover, the relationship between the palace master of the Divine Cloud Palace and the Lord is very close. As for the benefits, as long as you agree, my lord, from now on, the Empyrean One Pavilion belongs to you, and I'm just your steward. Her face was filled with determination, as if she had made up her mind. Yun Xiao was stunned for a moment. Then he stroked his chin and said, this offer is really tempting. There are not many people in the world who would refuse it. Even if they know it's a trap, being trapped in such a huge wealth would be worth it to die. The corner of Su Lianyi's mouth curled up into a smile as she said, then, does that mean Darren agrees? Let me think about it, Yun Xiao said with a wave. What? Su Lianyi was stunned. Do you still need to consider such conditions? A gentleman loves money, Yun Xiao said. You must be alive to get it. Su Lianyi frowned and said, Sir must be joking. If it really doesn't work out, you can just go far away. With your strength, who would dare to say that they can kill you? The heavenly martial realm is so vast that you can't imagine it. Yun Xiao chuckled. There aren't many people in this world who can kill me, but there are also quite a few. Give me 3 days and I'll give you an answer. That's great. Su Lianyi was overjoyed. I will wait for your reply. Yun Xiao nodded. This matter is of great importance, so I have to be cautious. Do you know what the other chambers of commerce are thinking? Su Lianyi said, Indeed, we have to be more cautious. As for the other chambers of commerce, Su Wansen and Zhu Qishui were also strongly against declaring war on Lingbai and forming an alliance with me. However, for some unknown reason, you've been acting mysterious and distancing yourself from me recently. It's exactly because of this that I'm feeling more and more uneasy, which is why I thought of seeking your protection, she said with a frown. Oh? You've been isolated? Anyone can see the situation in the Merchant Union, Yun Xiao said in surprise. We should be working together to deal with Myriad Treasures Tower. How come you're all alone now? Humph. Su Lianyi's face was filled with anger as she said coldly, God knows what these idiots are planning. It'll be too late to destroy them after they've been swallowed. I really want to see their faces when they kneel and cry in front of Wan Yiqian. Yun Xiao pondered and said to himself, could it be about the 9-9 Yang disaster-breaking pill? If a large number of experts could be born, they could indeed compete with the Myriad Treasure Store. But what if they failed? Su Lianyi said, It seems that you have something on your mind. I won't disturb you any longer. I will wait for your good news. You can go back first, Yun Xiao said, waving his hand. I'll give you a reply in less than 3 days. After Su Lianyi left, he pondered for a moment and also turned into a beam of light and rushed up. It flashed in the sky above the cultivation ground and disappeared. A moment later, Xianxia materialized above the Myriad Treasures store's headquarters and descended. Who is it? A loud shout came out of the headquarters, and then a beam of light shot up and headed toward Xianxia. Within the light, there was a majestic figure with a gloomy expression. Stop! That person's 5 fingers formed a claw and locked onto the opponent's throat. Xianxia held one hand in front of him, clenched his fingers into a fist, and stretched it out. Pa! The two of them exchanged a palm strike in the air, and the man's face sank as he felt something appear in his hand. After taking a closer look, his whole body trembled and he involuntarily cried out, "The 10,000-word Wang token!" A figure flashed past, and Xianxia took the token back and floated down without any obstacles. Hee, if you want to come, then come. There's no need to make such a big commotion. Wan Yiqian's voice rang out from inside. Come in. A beam of light flew out and slowly expanded in the sky. It actually turned into a curved rainbow bridge that hung in the sky. Xianxia smiled and stepped on the bridge with both feet. With a few steps, he disappeared from the bridge, and the rainbow gradually dissipated. The scene shocked almost everyone in Myriad Treasures store. They looked in the direction in which Xianxia had disappeared in shock, all of them guessing in their hearts. The burly figure in the sky was also shocked. Then he became serious and said, Li Yunxiao, Gu Feiyang, he cried. In a side hall, a large brass cauldron was placed in the center, from which a faint fragrance was constantly emanating. You're finally here. I'm very pleased, Wan Yiqian said with a smile. I'm not here to answer your question, Xianxia said with a smile. I'm just bored and want to find someone to chat with. Ha ha ha. Wan Yiqian laughed and said, You're not a person who has a lot of time. The fact that you're here means that you're still interested in Ling Bai. I'm more interested in the business alliance, Xianxia said. Oh? What's the matter? Wan Yiqian raised his brows, and the red dragon's scepter appeared in his hand. The tip of the scepter touched the ground, and he began to pace slowly. Of course, Xianxia said seriously. It's about the merchant union dominating the world. Wan Yiqian seemed to have anticipated this. He just smiled and said, All kinds of rumors have been flying around recently. If we can't get through this, how can we dominate the world? It seems that you really want to dominate the world, Xianxia said. It's true. How confident are you in the battle against Ling Bai? Wan Yiqian's expression became serious. He muttered, Divine transcendence is already the peak in this world, and Ling Bai is the strongest among the strong. No matter how confident I am, I can only try my best. Xianxia stared into his eyes, then suddenly sighed and said, What if you and I have known each other for a long time? How can I not understand you? If you don't have 100% confidence, you won't make a move. What I'm curious about is this 100% confidence. What exactly gave you such great courage and determination? Wan Yiqian turned to look at Xianxia and said, I do indeed seek stability when doing things, and the Myriad Treasure Store has achieved its current situation precisely because it has been steadily building up its foundation step by step. However, I no longer want to continue being so stable, because I'm running out of time. The 10,000 Treasures Tower can continue for hundreds, thousands, or even tens of thousands of years, but what about me? His eyes flickered with a cold light and he said coldly, This is a great opportunity. It's worth it for me to take this risk and gamble. Are you sure that Ling Bai will come? Or perhaps he's having a drink somewhere and wasting your time. Wan Yiqian laughed and said, If I don't even have this little bit of confidence, then wouldn't I become a laughingstock in the world? Feiyang, you must help me this time. He patted Yunxiao's shoulder with his broad hand, his face full of expectation. Yunxiao smacked his hand away and said, Don't pretend to be affectionate in front of me. Let me ask you this. If you have the time to beg me, why don't you spend some time to unite the merchant union? If everyone works together, the chances of success will be greatly increased, right? Wan Yiqian looked at him strangely and suddenly laughed. Haha. Feiyang, are you trying to get information out of me? I'm very curious about your purpose in doing this. You've never cared about the internal affairs of the Merchant Union. Is it because of the Tianyuan Trading Company? Tianyuan Trading Company has its own experts, Yunxiao said. I don't have to worry about it. There is indeed a purpose, but you just have to answer me. Wanixin laughed and said, Tisk, TSK. Only you would dare to talk to me like this. The more insolent you are, the more I feel like Martial Sovereign Vanquisher is back. Do you also think that Ding Shan of Tianyuan Trading Company is not simple? Are you merchants simple? Yunxiao asked. Haha, merchants will always be merchants. How can they be compared to a titled martial sovereign? Wan Yiqian couldn't help but sigh. Even if my wealth is comparable to a country's, so what if I'm the richest in the world? You're talking nonsense with me, Yunxiao said. Is it inconvenient for you to answer? Wan Yiqian smiled and said, I have nothing to hide from you. The Merchant Union would inevitably strive for hegemony and become the 8th superforce in the world. But the premise was that they could survive this catastrophe. I don't really care about the attitude of the other members of the Merchant Union, because they are all unreliable and don't have enough power for me to rely on. The current situation is completely within my expectations. Of course, you know the background of the Star and Moon School. Qian Shang of the Money Sect is by no means an ordinary person. As for Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce, have you received Ding Shan's alchemy invitation? Wan Yiqian looked at Yunxiao teasingly with a smile on his face. You also know about this? Yunxiao was a little surprised, but he quickly regained his composure. Gathering 18 9-stars martial sovereigns in New Yen City, it would be terrible for the intelligence work if they still didn't know about such a big event. What do you think of the success rate? Wan Yiqian asked. I don't know yet, Yunxiao said. It seems that you have no confidence in producing the pills. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so calm. Haha. You saw through that too. Wan Yiqian laughed and said, It is impossible to refine the 9 Yang breaking crisis pill under this sky. If he can really refine it, I'd be happy to see him promote the entire Merchant Union. An illusory pill formula had already caused Ding Shan's confidence to swell to the extreme. The moment he exploded, he would return to the cruel reality. But it will be too late by then, and Tianyuan Trading Company will soon be mine. But Ding Shan seems to be very confident, Yunxiao said. Wan Yiqian sneered and said, There will be a result soon. You will know. As for the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, and the Mando Chamber of Commerce, it was a foregone conclusion that they would be swallowed up by the Myriad Treasures Tower. After I've devoured the 4 chambers of commerce, it won't matter even if Star Moon School and Money Sect leave the Merchant Union. It seems that everything is going according to your plan, Yunxiao said. As for dealing with Ling Bai, I'll give you an answer after Ding Shan finishes refining the pill. All right, don't have too much hope, or you'll be disappointed. Wan Yiqian was overjoyed. Yunxiao nodded. I came to you for another matter. I heard from Chun Zhongxi that the fat and skinny idiots have also come to New Yen City? He asked. Wan Yiqian's face darkened, and he said solemnly, Indeed. I'm also worried about this matter. I've already sent more people to search the entire city. I don't know if that person has also come with us and what his purpose is. If he comes, Yunxiao said, with his help, you'll have a great chance of killing Ling Bai. How do you know that he will help me? Why didn't he just cause trouble or help Ling Bai? Wan Yiqian asked. That depends on how you got the divine technique you gave me back then, Yunxiao said with a smile. Wan Yiqian's pupils constricted, and she said, I've been thinking about this for a while, but I haven't been able to find a suitable opportunity to ask you. How's your cultivation of the tyrant body tempering technique? Not bad, Yunxiao said. It's pretty good. Oh. Wan Yiqian had a strange look on his face as he stared at Yunxiao, but he could not find anything wrong with him. He chuckled and said, That's good. Back then, I was afraid that there was a problem with this cultivation technique. Fortunately, nothing happened. Yunxiao's heart jolted. Although the tyrant body tempering technique was extremely powerful, the process and problems of cultivating it were beyond his expectations, and it seemed to be incomplete. He could not help but sneer in his heart as he said, "Tower Lord, you seem to have known that there was a problem." Wan Yiqin hurriedly said, "How is that possible? It was extremely difficult for me to acquire such a supreme divine ability. I was just worried. You also know my temperament. I'm suspicious by nature." "You're being suspicious," Yunxiao said with a faint smile. "You're making me suspicious as well." Wan Yiqin laughed awkwardly and said, "Fei Yang, we've known each other for so many years. How could I give you a cultivation technique with a problem?" "Of course, I trust you," Yunxiao nodded. "I trust you, brother." The two of them chatted for a while, and when they asked about the tyrant body tempering technique more than 1,000 times, Yunxiao seemed to be vague and avoided talking about it. After the time it took to boil a cup of tea, Yunxiao took his leave. Wan Yiqin stood next to the bronze cauldron, his thoughts uncertain and his expression darkening. "I didn't expect him to cultivate the tyrant body tempering technique, and it was you who gave it to him." A faint voice rang out, carrying a shocked and dissatisfied expression. "That was many years ago. I didn't expect Fei Yang to not die, and it seems like there was a problem with the refinement." Wan Yiqin said after some thought. "Oh? Is there a problem with the divine technique?" The voice asked. "How would I know? This kind of peerless magical power is imprinted on the medium of inheritance, and can only be passed on to one person. I don't know the content at all." Wan Yiqin frowned and said, "Didn't you fight him before? You should know what to do." "Humph. Let's not mention that fight. I won't let him have a good time next time," the voice said coldly, carrying a hint of resentment. After leaving Myriad Treasure's store, Yunxiao transformed into a bolt of lightning and flew through the sky. A moment later, he appeared above Tianyuan Trading Company. "Lord Cloud Sky, I was just sending people to look for you." As soon as he entered the Chamber of Commerce, he saw an anxious Su Hong and said, "Who knew that you had already left the sacred land of serenity? I was worried that I would delay things and sent people to look for you." He hurriedly led the way and brought Yunxiao into the headquarters. "I had something to do," Yunxiao said. "Where's Ling? Lady Zhao is not here for the time being," Su Hong said. "What?" Yunxiao stopped and looked at him suspiciously. "At such a critical moment, what can Ling do?" "I don't know." Su Hong shook his head. Yunxiao turned to look at the corridor and said indifferently, "Ask Ling to come see me. Otherwise, I won't participate in this pill refining." This. Su Hong was stunned. He was so anxious that he was sweating profusely. "Your Excellency, you can't go back on your word like this. How am I going to explain this to the president?" "I was just talking nonsense," Yunxiao said with a smile. "Let's go." Su Hong was speechless, and countless alpacas ran through his heart, but he did not dare show it. He hurriedly led Yunxiao through several corridors and into a great hall. The hall was very spacious, and it was not crowded at all with 20 to 30 people. As soon as Yunxiao and Su Hong entered the hall, all the conversations stopped, and dozens of eyes turned to them. Being stared at by so many experts, Su Hong trembled for a moment, but he heaved a sigh of relief in the blink of an eye. All of them turned to look at Yunxiao. It had only been a moment, but they felt like they were about to collapse. They hurriedly lowered their heads and gestured for Yunxiao to enter. Naturally, Yunxiao would not have stage fright in a place like this. With a slight smile, he strode into the hall. In addition to a dozen experts, there were many attendants and servants of Tianyuan Trading Company who were looking at him coldly. Most of them were people Yunxiao knew. At the very front, a throne with a dragon carved on it was empty, probably reserved for Ding Shan. On the lower left sat two people, Ding Peng and Jing Shaoyi. One of them had a look of fear on his face, while the other was filled with anger. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and he was obviously trying to suppress his emotions. Yunxiao also saw him and knew that Tianyuan Trading Company must have come forward to get him back. The three elders of Luming Mansion were also there. Jingming's injuries seemed to have recovered a lot, and he stared at Jingjiu with his eyes wide open. Everyone present could feel the unkind aura from these three people, and they all looked like they were watching a show. Yunxiao chuckled and went straight to the chair led by Su Hong, then sat down with a wave of his robe. He then picked up the spirit fruit and spirit wine beside him and began to eat and drink as if no one was around. Humph! What arrogance! Finally, someone couldn't stand it anymore and snorted. However, it wasn't Looming Mansion. An old man with an iron face and long eyebrows sat in the opposite row. He did not hide the mockery in his eyes and coldly said, "Does someone think he's a titled martial sovereign? He's so arrogant." Xianxia smiled faintly, as if he had not heard anything, and continued eating. The moment the people present entered, they saw everything clearly. Other than one or two relatively young experts, the others were all well-known existences, and a few of them were famous even in his previous life. This iron-faced old man with long eyebrows was one of them, and his name was Qi Jingyan. Everyone's spirits were lifted, and they were secretly delighted. Finally, someone had stood up for Xianxia, and he was considered to have extraordinary strength among them, so they could test his strength. But Xianxia paid no attention to him and continued to munch on the spirit fruit and drink the spirit wine. He did not look like a gentleman at all. Bang! Qi Jingyan finally lost his temper. He slammed his palm on the table and stared at Xianxia with wide eyes as he shouted, "I'm talking about you!" All the spiritual wine and fruits on the table flew up into the sky and tumbled. A green-robed old man sitting beside him was stroking his beard. He gently raised his hand and clenched his fingers, stopping the fruit wine and slowly putting it back on the table. It did not spill or damage anything. The old man's name was Mao Ingyen, and he was also an expert who had been famous for a long time. Xianxia was still eating his fruit slowly, as if nothing had happened. "You're going too far." Qi Jingyan flew into a rage and rose up from his seat. He drew circles in front of him with his palms, and the wind from his palms flew in all directions. "Master Jingyan, don't do it." Ding Peng was shocked. "Don't forget my father's agreement with all of you. If you recklessly make a move and ruin the pill refining process, the portion that should be yours will be used as compensation." Qi Jingyan's body froze for a moment before he retracted his palm technique. He sat back in his original position in a fit of rage, but his aura fluctuated with his anger, causing the entire hall to become extremely oppressive. However, the people present were all experts, and they looked completely fine. They continued to chat and laugh, calmly tasting the wine. Only those attendants and servants' expressions changed greatly. "You're really bold. After I'm done refining the elixir, I'm going to have a good fight with this titled martial emperor." Qi Jingyan snorted heavily and slowly retracted his aura. Xianxia stuffed a pomegranate-like spirit fruit into his mouth, chewed carefully, and swallowed it, then said slowly, "I know you. I think you're called something Jing Yan. Speaking of which, I don't think we have any grudges, right?" "Humph. No grudges? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard today." Qi Jingyan's face was covered with a layer of frost as he said, "Do you still remember the master of the northern falling water stream, Qi Taisui?" Xianxia pondered for a moment, then said in a daze, "I remember now. There is indeed such a person who abducts women to be used as human cauldrons and then kills them after extracting their primordial yin. Back then, when I found out about it, I killed him. Qi is a rare surname, so Qi Taisui is most likely your father." As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces changed slightly, revealing a look of shame at the same time. "Pa! That's my big brother," Qi Jingyan said angrily. Oh, I'm sorry, I made a mistake." "But," Xianxia said apologetically, "your brother has cultivated an evil art, so he should die. I wonder if you have cultivated an evil art?" "Stop pretending to be a good person," Qi Jingyan said angrily. "What does my big brother's cultivation have to do with you? In short, I will definitely take revenge for this irreconcilable hatred. I've been killing Mount Taisui for many years, and I've been staying in the north all this time," Xianxia recalled. "Why haven't I seen you come to seek revenge?" Qi Jingyan grunted and said, "I happened to be cultivating a powerful divine art at the time. When I came out of seclusion, I looked everywhere for you and found out that you were already dead. Fortunately, the heavens have eyes, and I can take revenge with my own hands. Everyone's lips curled into a mocking smile as they sneered in their hearts. Brother Jingyan, how did this happen? Mao Yingyan asked in surprise. I remember that you were very free before Gu Feiyang died, and you even went to the western region to travel for a few years. Do you remember that you have an apprentice who you took in the western regions at that time? Qi Jingyan's face turned red and he snorted. I'm going to the western regions to cultivate the divine ability. If I know that my brother has been killed, I will definitely kill Gu Feiyang first. Who wants to kill Gu Feiyang? How could someone be more ambitious than me? A lazy voice rang out and everyone turned to look outside, only to see a dozen or so people walking in. Yun Xiao's eyes were smiling as he nodded slightly at the man. It was the 12 blades of Ling Yun. Not daring to act arrogantly, Nie Gaoyuan cupped his hands at Yun Xiao respectfully, then swept his eyes across the hall and finally stopped at Qi Jingyan. He could not help but sneer and say, Big fool, are you the one who wants to kill Gu Feiyang? Eft. Mao Yingyan spat out a mouthful of wine and choked on it on the spot. He started coughing violently. The rest of the people were also surprised and looked at Gao Yuan. Many of them didn't recognize this person. What did you say? Qi Jingyan almost fainted from anger. His entire head was red from holding it in, and anger rushed to his head. Luo Gaoyuan laughed and said, Come on, come and hit me. As long as you dare to make a move, you'll be violating the contract with Ding Shan. That 9E9 Yang crisis-breaking pill will be yours, you big idiot. Eft. Qi Jingyan, who was about to kill someone, spat out a mouthful of blood when he heard this. His face was full of hatred. Ha, boss, you're so bad. The yellow-clothed woman among the 12 blades covered her mouth and laughed, while the rest of the people couldn't help but burst into laughter. Why, your Qi Jingyan trembled in anger. Powerful elemental energy waves rippled from his body, but he still suppressed it firmly, afraid that he would not be able to hold back an attack. Ding Peng hurriedly stood up and led Nie Gaoyuan and the others away. He said, You're all extraordinary powerhouses invited by my father. I hope you'll give Tianyuan Trading Company some face and don't cause trouble. Almost everyone's here. Where's your father? Asked Yen Gaoyuan. Why are you putting on such airs and making everyone wait? Ding Peng was displeased. He thought to himself that the others were the ones who had been waiting for a long time, but he didn't dare to complain, so he hurriedly explained, My father has something to do. He will come immediately. Ha. Luo Gaoyuan, you're too impatient. Just as he said that, an old but powerful voice was heard. 3 people appeared outside the door. They all had extraordinary bearings and noble looks on their faces as they entered with a smile. Father! Ding Peng was overjoyed and hurried to greet him. Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. Although it was not Ding Shan's first time seeing this, he had not paid much attention to it before. But now, upon closer inspection, he did have the demeanor of a king. The other party's eyes, intentionally or otherwise, glanced at him as if he was smiling. Ding Shan was dressed in silk clothes, with 2 small white whiskers on his upper lip. He always had a smile on his face as he greeted everyone one by one. The 2 people beside him were the president of the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Qishui, and the president of the Mando Chamber of Commerce, Su Wanson. Yun Xiao recalled Su Liani's words. No wonder these 2 chambers of commerce were so far away from her. Turned out that they were with Ding Shan. But he did not know why Ding Shan did not go to Su Liani. If they joined forces with the 4 of them, perhaps they could really fight with the Myriad Treasure Tower. After Ding Shan exchanged a few pleasantries, he said, I've retired from the Merchant Union for many years, but I didn't expect to have so many friends here. I'm really grateful and honored. Everyone also became polite and said, Since the president has invited me, how can I not come? What my strength can do is within my generation's scope. It is my honor to be able to witness the success of this pill, and so on. Ding Shan had a smile on his face from the beginning to the end. He gently stroked his small beard and said, Since everyone is so kind, I won't say any more polite words. If there is anything Tianyuan Trading Company can help with in the future, feel free to look for me. Everyone was overjoyed. Being able to form a good relationship with a super chamber of commerce would bring great benefits to any warrior. Everyone's getting impatient, Zhu Qishui said. Brother Ding Shan, please start. Ding Shan nodded and said, I won't waste any more time. Everyone, please refer to the process. If you have any questions, just ask. He waved his hand, and more than 10 rays of light flew out from his sleeve. They were all jade slips, and they shot toward everyone. Yunxiao grabbed his one and scanned it with his divine sense. After finding no problem, he put it on his forehead and carefully read the information inside. The hall immediately quieted down, and even their breathing became extremely thin. Very quickly, everyone took down the jade slips. Most of them had calm expressions. The process inside was very simple, and there was basically no suspicion. Even the distribution method after the pills were formed was written clearly. If everyone understands, then let's begin, Ding Shan said. He struck a seal directly into the ground. Suddenly, countless rays of light slowly lit up, and a square array appeared under everyone's feet. Elder Jing Yuan, he suddenly called out. Jing Yuan's eyes focused, staring at the array under her feet. Then, she made a hand seal, and a seal flew out of her 10 fingers, constantly churning in the air. His palms turned crimson and dark as he struck out. Boom, boom, boom. The hall trembled and an ancient Xian artifact cauldron appeared from the seal. It fell to the ground with a loud bang. Yunxiao fixed his eyes on it. The cauldron was divided into 2 colors, giving off a strong ancient charm and a sense of vastness. Obviously, it was an ancient, precious, mystic artifact. Jing Yuan swept a glance at everyone's surprised gazes and said proudly, This is Lu Ming Mansion's treasure, the Yin Yang Cauldron. It's the best profound level weapon to refine the 9 Yin 9 Yang breaking crisis pill. If it wasn't for President Ding Shan's repeated begging, Lu Ming Mansion would never lend it to you. Jing Shaoyi suddenly added, I hope that guild leader doesn't forget the conditions. Everyone's head was full of black lines. Borrowing the cauldron was definitely an exchange of interests. Everyone knew that it was really worrying to bring it up so openly. Ding Shan was also a little embarrassed, but he smiled and resolved it. He said, Of course, Tianyuan Trading Company is very famous. Humph, he snorted. Jing Shaoyi snorted, and his eyes turned sharp as he gave Yunxiao a smug look. Ding Shan's expression became serious, and he said, Everyone, please take your positions. We're about to begin. I've been planning for this day for more than 20 years. Finding all kinds of materials and finding many substitute materials. If I fail, I'll have to wait another 20 years to refine it again. Don't worry, father. Ding Peng clenched his fists and said firmly, We won't fail. Ding Shan nodded, patted his shoulder in relief and said, As expected of my son, although your martial Dao talent isn't high, everyone has their own destiny. Father has never forced you, but for today's refinement, you must do your best. This is also my biggest test for you. As long as you pass it, I'll be able to retire with peace of mind and hand over all the affairs of Tianyuan Trading Company to you. Ding Peng was excited and nervous. He said, Don't worry, father. Even if I die, I'll definitely refine this pill. Jing Tian suddenly frowned. Although young Master Ding Peng is born with a body of balance between yin and yang, and is most suitable to be the medium of the yin-yang cauldron, his strength is still too low. Will there be any mishaps? Ding Shan said, Elder Jing Yuan, don't worry. I've already studied it countless times for today's refinement. There's definitely no mistake. Ding Peng's only function is to transmit power, so he doesn't need to be too strong. It's good that you're confident, Jing Yao said. I don't want to waste an opportunity for nothing. Luo Gaoyuan licked his lips and chuckled. Hurry up and start. I'm a little thirsty, ha ha ha. Everyone smiled and sat down according to the positions described in the jade slip. They each made a different seal. Ding Peng sat down in front of the yin-yang cauldron with a nervous look on his face. He slowly placed his palms on the cauldron. Swish! A trembling sound came from the cauldron, and suddenly, yin and yang qi gushed out, surrounding Ding Peng and overflowing in all directions. All the cultivators felt a chill in their hearts as they felt that powerful aura. It was as if the world had just been split into yin and yang. They were all in awe as they hurriedly sat down and poured their yuan power into the palm seal. Suddenly, a vast and mighty force gushed out from everyone's body, disrupting the yin and yang qi. They were like origin points, constantly spreading out ripples. Ding Shan's pupils shrank, and he directly flew into the air. He shook out a large number of various natural treasures and scattered them into the large cauldron. They were swept up by the yin and yang qi and disappeared without a trace. He directly sat cross-legged above the cauldron, and at the same time, he sent countless seals into the surroundings, setting up layers of barriers. The entire Tianyuan trading company was under extremely tight defense, and the area several miles around the headquarters was marked as a forbidden zone. The power from the yin-yang cauldron combined with the formation on the ground. A dual-colored light appeared in the hall and slowly flowed around everyone. Yun Xiao frowned slightly as he felt a large amount of primordial energy pouring out of the incantation gesture in his hand. Not only that, but even the pores in his limbs and bones opened one by one, and his primordial energy flowed out. He was shocked. These signs no longer seemed like he was refining pills. It was as if he had become a vitality stone, and his true essence was constantly being extracted by the yin-yang cauldron for refining. Everyone, don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon. The yin-yang cauldron needs the power of the 9 yin and 9 yang attributes. There's no need to resist. Just guard the void and concentrate your mind in your dantian. You can't make any mistakes. Ding Shan's words slowly came. At first, many people were frowning, but after hearing the story, they gradually relaxed and allowed the yin-yang cauldron to absorb their power. Although they felt a little uncomfortable, they could still bear it. Yun Xiao's frown deepened. The current refining process seemed to be completely different from what was recorded in the pill recipe. Could it be that Ding Shan had changed the refinement recipe? This possibility was extremely high. After all, the laws of heaven and earth were different, and the refining process of the past might not be suitable for the present. But, as a 9th-tier alchemist, Yun Xiao still felt that something was very wrong, and a bad feeling grew stronger and stronger in his heart. He changed his hand seals slightly and circulated his spirit energy. Wherever it passed, the pores would close. His entire body became like an iron bucket, and no more strength seeped out. Not only that, but he also began to meditate and regulate his breathing, constantly recovering the power he had lost. After a few hours, there seemed to be an irritable mood spreading in the field. Yun Xiao opened his eyes secretly and saw that a large number of experts had beads of sweat on their foreheads and their clothes were wet. The dual-colored light was still spinning, and alchemy fire was constantly spurting out of the yin-yang cauldron. It was indeed refining an elixir. Only 3 people in the field looked calm, including Yun Xiao, Hao Gaoyuan, and Ding Shan. Even Ding Peng was sweating profusely, and his body seemed to be alternating between hot and cold as he kept trembling. But he still gritted his teeth and held on. Yun Xiao thought to himself, judging from the color of the alchemical fire, it does look like a peerless medicinal pill. And Ding Peng's appearance is definitely not fake. Am I overthinking it? Ding Shan's face was also serene and dignified. From time to time, he would change his hand seals and send them into the yin-yang cauldron to drive the alchemy fire. Yun Xiao kept observing the handprint, and the knot on his brows grew deeper and deeper. The handprint seemed to contain a power that he did not understand, and he had never seen it with his experience. I can't. Suddenly, one of them shouted. His face was pale, and beads of sweat were dripping down his face. His body was trembling. Lord Wanyuan, you must hold on. Ding Shan opened his eyes and said, It's already half done. Don't be distracted. If you make a mistake, it will directly affect everyone else. The consequences will be unimaginable. That person gritted his teeth and said, But Jinjin. No buts. Ding Shan interrupted. Everyone here is struggling to hold on. Can't you, who has cultivated to the level of a 9-stars martial sovereign, even endure this little hardship? Although the rest of the people also had ugly expressions, their eyes lit up when they saw the alchemy fire in the yin-yang cauldron. They licked their lips, closed their eyes, and continued to support themselves. Ding Shan flicked his finger, and a golden light shot down. He said, "This is my secret restoration pill. It'll be of great help to you." Wang Yuan caught it, looked at it, and swallowed it. "Thank you, Mr. President." A moment later, his face revealed a look of shock and his eyes were filled with joy. It seemed that the effect of the pill was extremely strong, making him unable to contain his joy. Xianxia's pupils constricted. Under the gaze of his moon-like eyes, the primordial qi that surged out of Wang Yuan's body became thicker and thicker after he swallowed the pill, and it even looked like his hair was in a state of puffiness. Shock flashed through his eyes, and at this moment, another gaze looked over. It was none other than Nie Gaoyuan, who also had a face full of doubt. Yunxiao gave him a look, then slowly closed his eyes and began to cultivate in peace, no longer caring about the situation outside. All of a sudden, he felt a slight pain on his chakra C-point. Then, the pores on his body began to open one by one. The spiritual energy in his body circulated and actually began to absorb the yin and yang energy from the outside world. What's going on? Yunxiao was taken aback. He had closed all his pores because he was afraid that his energy would leak out, but how could they open on their own and absorb it without any restraint? After the yin and yang qi entered his body, they circulated around his meridians and were finally absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel his strength becoming stronger. This buy-in, although Yunxiao was surprised, he was more pleasantly surprised. The surging power contained infinite power, much stronger than the primordial qi he usually absorbed. Having tasted the sweetness, he could not help but become bolder. He began to channel the one qi of fortune and accelerated the absorption of the surrounding yin and yang, constantly transforming them into his own power. Several hours later, No! Suddenly, Wang Yuan shouted in surprise. The crowd shuddered and opened their eyes to look at him. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Wang Yuan, who had been full of energy just a moment ago, had his eyes sunken in. His entire body was almost skin and bones. There was no blood on his body at all, and his blood vessels could be clearly seen under his skin. It was as if his entire body had been sucked dry. How did this happen? Everyone was greatly shocked, and they couldn't help but look around. The result was shocking. Everyone's face was black, and they looked extremely exhausted. Their skin was constantly wrinkled. Stop! I'm going to die." Wang Yuan looked at his own body and screamed in horror. He raised his hands and kept grabbing forward, but he felt powerless. "Ding Shan, what's going on?" The president of Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce, Zhu Qishui, was shocked. He was horrified to find that his vital essence had almost been sucked dry, and his body began to feel very weak. This time, even a fool would know that something had gone wrong, and they all looked on in shock. Ding Shan, on the other hand, was in an extraordinary mood. His face was red, and he was filled with joy. "Ding Shan, you're so silly." Su Wanson also screamed in fear. The rest of the people couldn't sit still. They were all terrified. Ding Shan slowly opened his eyes and said, "Everyone, don't panic. This is a normal phenomenon. He's about to condense his core. After taking the 9 Yang pill, not only will all of you recover, but your strength will also increase by another level." "Why is it that everyone's strength has been drained?" Jing Tian asked with a pale face. "Only you and Li Yunxiao are advancing instead of retreating. It seems that you've become stronger." Ding Shan's face flickered as he turned to Yunxiao with shock and anger in his eyes and shouted, "Li Yunxiao? What are you doing?" "I'm just doing the same thing as Lord Ding Shan," Yunxiao said with a smile. "I'm doing what you're doing." Ding Shan's expression changed drastically, and his face darkened in an instant. His eyes were spitting fire as he said angrily, "No wonder I felt that something was wrong. It was you. I just did the same thing as you, my lord," Yunxiao said in surprise. "Is there anything wrong with that?" Ding Shan's expression was extremely sinister, but this was clearly not the time to settle scores. He could only swallow his bitter pill in silence, directly closing his eyes and continuing to absorb. At the same time, Yunxiao was also crazily circulating the qi of creation, and the yin and yang energy in the hall began to surge toward the two men in a visible state. Even a fool would know what was going on. "Stop!" Jing Yuan angrily shouted. "Ding Shan, stop!" He was shocked to find that he had been suppressed by the formation below. He had even lost contact with the yin-yang cauldron and could not command it at all. Not only him, but everyone else could feel the attraction from the ground and the pressure from the yin-yang cauldron. They had completely lost the power to resist. They were like primordial stones embedded in the ground, allowing the array to draw out their power limitlessly. Instantly, all sorts of curses were heard, and they were all filled with anger. But soon, everyone found that it was of no use. Ding Shan and Yun Xiao were still absorbing the energy very quickly, and they had no time to pay attention to them. The followers of the experts outside the formation, as well as some servants of Tianyuan Trading Company, all looked extremely pale. They were also suppressed by the force of the barrier and could not move at all. Jing Shaoi panicked and said, "Ding Shan, stop! You dare to be disrespectful to the three elders. You can't bear the anger of looming mansion." At this time, all kinds of wails and pleas for mercy rose and fell, but it was still useless. "Boss, why are you fine? Save me, quickly save me." The second blade of Ling Yun's 12 blades, Xianxia, was trembling all over, and so was his third brother, Tongyu. The two of them looked at Luo Gaoyuan with pleading eyes. Although Luo Gaoyuan's expression was also unsightly, he wasn't beaten to a pulp like everyone else. But he was also very anxious. Yun Xiao had only told him to be on guard, so he had been careful in the beginning. Not much of his power had been drained, but he had lost a lot of it. At the moment, he was suppressed by the array and the yin-yang cauldron, unable to move. Luo Gaoyuan gritted his teeth and started to move slowly. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. He wanted to force himself to stand up, but his body was shaking badly. Ding Peng also felt dizzy, and he almost lost his balance. He said in a trembling voice, "Father, what's going on? I feel like I'm about to be sucked dry." "Don't panic, you'll be fine," Ding Shan said anxiously. "You're just a medium. It's normal for you to feel this way when everyone's power is gone. Just hold on for a little longer." Ding Peng gritted his teeth and continued to hold on. At this moment, Ding Shan's hands quickly formed a seal, as if he was increasing the absorption of power. Light smoke rolled up from the surface of his body and continuously entered his skin. Yun Xiao did not hesitate either. He had gradually felt the shackles of the mid-tier 9-star, and he was constantly extracting yin and yang energy to break through. A terrifying phenomenon appeared around his body. The two qi turned into the image of 9 dragons and poured into his body. All the warriors were stunned. No one had ever seen such a cultivation scene. Ding Shan's face was gloomy. Everyone's strength had almost been extracted, and the two of them had directly fallen out. No longer pretending to be gentle, they sucked as much as they could, but he found that he was far inferior to Yun Xiao. Jing Shaoi saw that the three elders' breathing was getting weaker and weaker and said anxiously, "Ding Peng, stop! Since our two families are connected by marriage, we're one family. You can't kill each other." "What?" Yun Xiao's heart trembled, and his eyes gleamed as he snapped, "What did you just say?" Jing Shaoi was startled by his sharp gaze. He took a few steps back and said, "Ding Shan has already agreed to betroth Ding Linger to me." Ding Shan stared coldly at Yun Xiao and said, "That's right. My daughter and young Master Shaoi are in love with each other. They are a perfect match." Yun Xiao felt a loud boom in his mind, and his mood became unstable for a moment. Under the obstruction of his origin energy, his entire body trembled uncontrollably, and his meridians became chaotic. The strange phenomenon of the 9 dragons filling the body beside him immediately disappeared. Ding Shan was overjoyed. While frantically absorbing, he said with a mouth full of nonsense, "My daughter fell in love with young Master Shaoi at first sight a few months ago and has been living in Looming Mansion for the past few months. Don't you know that?" Although Yun Xiao knew that the man was deliberately provoking him, the chaotic mood still spread in his heart, and the aura in his body became more and more chaotic. He hurriedly gave up on continuing to absorb. Instead, He changed his hand seals and began to guide his qi to calm himself down. Ding Shan was overjoyed and accelerated the absorption of the energy in the field. Everyone was lying on the ground in despair, their eyes full of resentment. Jing Shaoi looked at the three elders lying on the ground in fear. He said in a trembling voice, "Lord Ding Shan, since the two families have already formed a friendship, and Ling likes me so much, the three elders are also one of us." Ding Shan suddenly opened his eyes, stared at him and shouted, "Shut up! If you say one more word, I'll kill you right now." Jing Shaoi was frightened by his terrifying aura and didn't dare to make a sound. Su Wanson's face was also pale, and his body trembled as he said, "I see, so that's how it is. Divine transcendence. You're actually trying to break through to divine transcendence." Ding Shan's body was constantly rolling, and the pressure that multiplied made everyone's heart greatly shocked. This kind of power was the power that they had been looking forward to for a long time but could not obtain divine transcendence. Ding Shan's expression became more and more peaceful. He slowly said, "If not for this, why would I have to spend so much effort and sacrifice you all?" "Lord Ding Shan," Qi Jingyan said in a trembling voice, "since you've already entered the divine transcendence realm, and our cultivation is almost exhausted, please be merciful and spare our lives." The others looked at him shamelessly, their faces full of disdain. Almost everyone had the same thought when their strength fell from that of a 9-stars martial emperor. They did not intend to live at all. After all, losing their cultivation base was worse than death. "I'm also forced to do this. I hope you can understand," Ding Shan sighed. "Understand? I understand your mother's bear. If there's a chance, I'll kill all your ancestors." Mao Yingyan gritted his teeth and shouted. Ding Shan shook his head and said, "None of you are good people. How many people have died in your hands? Which unparalleled expert didn't step on piles of white bones to reach the top? It's just that it's your turn to be stepped on now." "We're using our strength to trample on you openly," Tang Yu said coldly. "You're a despicable villain who's playing tricks and plotting." Ding Shan said, "This can only be said to be an intellectual victory. The winner is king, and the loser is bandit. Why do you need to say so much? Isn't it better to quietly accept this cruel reality?" Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. They had been peerless experts just a moment ago, but in the blink of an eye, they had all become weak old men. Not to mention commanding the wind and clouds, even extending their lives was difficult. Luo Gaoyuan's face was pale, and he was still struggling. "Since you've already entered divine transcendence and everyone else is basically useless, they won't pose any threat to you. Why don't you release the formation and let everyone live?" Ding Shan said, "Although everyone has become medicinal dregs, it's a rare opportunity. So let's do our best to make full use of our remaining energy. I've just stepped into divine transcendence, so my realm is still unstable. I need the residual power of your medicinal dregs to stabilize my realm." "Zhao Yao, you animal!" Zhu Qishui's body was also pale. He gritted his teeth and cursed. "We've known each other for so many years, but I was blind to have met you, you bastard." "That's too serious," Ding Shan said. "When have we ever been friends? Don't think too highly of yourself." Plop! Suddenly, Ding Peng knelt down on both knees and said in a trembling voice, "Father, I can't hold on any longer either. I feel like my dantian is about to be emptied." His body trembled even more violently than the others. All of the origin power was poured into the yin-yang cauldron through his body, and then released for Ding Shan to absorb. "Good son, hold on for a little longer." Ding Shan closed his eyes. "Persist, you scum." Luo Gaoyuan suddenly let out a loud roar, and the blade light in his hand flashed as a huge blade shadow slashed out in the air. Countless runes swirled around the blade, and its power was boundless. Ding Shan's expression suddenly changed, and a trace of anger flashed through his eyes. He clapped his hands together and directly slapped out. Boom! The blade shape shattered instantly, and the terrifying power spread out. The entire formation was broken, and the yin-yang cauldron was also sent flying into the sky, spinning and trembling. Ding Peng finally spurted out a mouthful of blood. His body seemed to be torn apart, and countless qi rushed out of his body, leaving many wounds. He fell to the ground, bleeding all over, and it was unknown whether he was still alive. "You've spoiled my plans, Dai." In the chaotic hall, Ding Shan's cold voice rang out. He leaped down and pointed his finger towards the Zong Plateau. A terrifying aurora descended, so dazzling that it almost blinded everyone. Luo Gaoyuan was shocked, and a sense of death welled up in his heart. He hurriedly turned the phantom gong blade and blocked in front of him. Bang! When the aurora light struck the blade, Nie Gaoyuan instantly spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying. The humongous sound of the saber rang out continuously, but the surface of the saber glowed with a black light that devoured the surrounding spiritual energy. The aurora seemed to be sucked in. "Eh? This saber is not bad. It saved your life?" Ding Shan said with a slight frown. Clang! Nie Gaoyuan's face was full of vigilance, but in the end, his injuries were too severe and he couldn't support himself. He stabbed his blade into the ground and knelt down on one knee. As soon as the formation was broken, everyone outside the formation ran in and carried the experts in their arms. They were all terrified. Su Hong also helped Ding Peng up and said in fear, "Mr. President, the young master can't hold on much longer." Ding Shan looked over and said, "You're really useless. You're dying so quickly. If you can't, then forget it. Everyone has their own fate, you can't force it." "What?" Su Hong was shocked. "Mr. President," he said in disbelief, "young master is your son." "Don't say that. I don't have such a useless son," Ding Shan said leisurely. Yun Xiao opened his eyes in surprise and said, "Old man Ding Shan, have you cultivated to the point of stupidity? You don't even care about your own son's life." Ding Peng was also looking at Ding Shan in shock. His eyes were filled with confusion and confusion. Ding Shan indifferently swept a glance at him and said, "Are you surprised? Do you think that father doesn't even want your life? Hee. How could a father be so heartless as to abandon his own son? The reason is that you're not my son." "What?" As soon as he said that, everyone was shocked. Ding Peng was completely dumbfounded. His eyes widened like those of a dead fish. Hee. Ding Shan stroked his beard and chuckled. "Although I'm not some peerless figure, I'm at least the leader of a guild. I can be considered a hero of a region. How could I have such a useless son like you? This bloodline doesn't make any sense. How could this be Ingluo? How could this be Ingluo?" Even Su Hong was dumbfounded. He stood there, not knowing what to do. "You're lying, you're lying." Ding Peng forced himself to take a deep breath and called out in a hoarse voice. Ding Shan sighed and said, "It's fine. Even if we're not related by blood, we're still father and son. I don't mind telling you the truth. Back then, I adopted you because you have a body with a balance of yin and yang. If I hadn't cultivated you since you were young, how could you have obediently listened to me and willingly become the medicine's primer?" Everyone in the hall felt their blood run cold. He had actually planned so far and wide for today's situation. Everyone had a strange feeling, but they suddenly felt relieved. They felt that it was not an injustice that they were schemed against today. "Then, what is Ling Er's identity?" Yun Xiao suddenly asked. Ding Shan looked at him, smiled strangely, and said, "Can you guess?" "Guess?" Yun Xiao said coldly, "Guess." "Ha ha ha." Ding Shan laughed loudly, clearly in an extremely good mood, and said, "A titled martial emperor is indeed different from the rest. He can still be so calm at this moment." "What do you mean?" Yun Xiao asked in surprise. "What do you mean, President Ding Shan? I'm in a pretty good state right now. I've just absorbed so much spiritual qi, and my whole body is full of true essence. How can I not be calm? I'm not like these people who have all turned into dregs." Everyone lowered their heads in shame and anger, full of anger. "Lord Feiyang, since you've already seen through Ding Shan's scheme, why didn't you inform us?" One of them said resentfully. "As a titled martial sovereign, I can't believe you have such a despicable character." Yun Xiao sneered. "Who is this? Do I know you?" he asked. You're so stupid that you've been schemed against, and you're actually blaming me? Everyone, running amok in the world doesn't just rely on strength, it also relies on intelligence. He pointed at his head and drew circles. Also, this Master Qi Jingyan is still waiting to settle the score with me after this. The 3 experts from Looming Mansion wished they could skin me alive. There's a hole in my brain, Yunxiao said coldly. Pa. Ding Shan clapped his hands and laughed. Good scolding. In the pugilistic world, one could only blame oneself for losing. Reality was cruel. A loss was a loss. However, young Master Yunxiao, are you sure you've won? I didn't bet, Yunxiao said. What do you mean by winning or losing? Stepping into this hall is gambling with your life, Ding Shan said. Are you trying to take my life? Yunxiao smiled faintly. Do you want to take my life? Ding Shan slowly raised his hand and pointed at Yunxiao as he said, That will depend on you, not me. Yunxiao laughed hideously and said, Let's not talk about this first. I'm very curious. How did you change the 9E9 Yang breaking crisis pill into this evil technique? And what's with the pill fire in the Yin Yang cauldron? Ding Shan's eyes brightened, as if he was interested. He said proudly, This is the result of my research over the years. He walked to the front of the Yin Yang cauldron and smacked it. The lid of the cauldron flew up with an explosion. A bright light flashed out, and the fragrance of the pill filled the air. Disaster-breaking pill. Everyone was shocked and looked at the pill excitedly. A few experts even wanted to get up from the ground and struggled over, roaring, Break disaster pill! Give me the pill! Give me the pill! Ding Shan looked at them with pity and said, There's no need to struggle. Even if you take all 5 of these pills, you won't be able to recover. He kicked away a person who was crawling over to him. The man was instantly penetrated by the qi and died on the spot. Yunxiao seemed to have come to a sudden realization as he said, I roughly understand. This process is actually still alchemy, but with the exception of these 5 pills, all the other pills have melted and were absorbed by you on the spot. The advantage of doing this was that he didn't have to worry about the pill's backlash, and he could methodically break through the barrier to the peak. TSK, what a genius. Ding Shan's face was full of admiration, and he said, As expected of martial sovereign vanquisher, you saw through the situation with one look. Other than that, the most important thing is that I've modified the formation so that the power of the medicinal ingredients can be extracted to the greatest extent. It's a pity that we left out young Master Yunxiao and Nie Gaoyuan, and these medicinal ingredients weren't completely extracted. What a pity. By the way, young Master Yunxiao used up a lot of them. Is it really good for you to take the fruits of my labor for free? Ding Shan's face was full of blame. I'll just take it as a red packet from the president. Congratulations, my lord. Yunxiao cupped his hands and said with a smile, You've become a transcendent and divine being. From now on, you're an unparalleled expert in this world. Your cultivation base isn't stable yet, so you should rest more. I won't disturb you, so I'll leave first. He turned around and was about to leave. Martial Sovereign Vanquisher is so humorous. A sneer appeared at the corner of Ding Shan's mouth, and he said, No wonder my daughter is so smitten by you. In a flash, he appeared in front of Yunxiao and stretched out his 5 fingers. Yunxiao's body flickered, and he took 2 steps back. Then he slapped his palm, which had turned golden, on Ding Shan's arm and knocked it away with a bang. Ding Shan's move missed, and he was slightly shocked. He originally thought that with his extraordinary strength, he would be able to easily capture anyone below the martial Dao. However, he didn't expect the other party to look so relaxed. He grunted in his heart and changed his moves again. Several dazzling lights jumped on his fingertips and directly pointed at it. Whoosh! Whoosh! The space was pierced, and the sound of friction was painful to the ears. Yunxiao's body transformed into a green thunderbolt, which exploded into 9 thunder dragons and scattered in all directions, avoiding the power of the aurora. In the next moment, lightning flashed and all the lightning gathered above the hall, transforming into his true body. He looked down with a cold smile. The wrinkles on Ding Shan's forehead became even deeper, and his eyes were filled with a grave expression of disbelief. He said, "You dodged my attack so easily. I told you, President, you've just been promoted." Xianxia sneered. "Your realm is not stable yet, and you need more rest." Humph! Ding Shan coldly snorted, and his gloomy face gradually dissolved into a smile. He said, "I'm very pleased that young Master Xianxia has such strength. I'm relieved to entrust Ling to you." "Ling? Xianxia frowned and asked, "Where is Ling? "Don't worry, she's very safe now." Ding Shan smiled. "What? She missed him after not seeing him for a few days. If young Master Xianxia is interested, why don't I make the decision today and let you two be together forever? That way we'll be one family." He blinked his eyes and said with a smile, "Ling? Yunxiao's face was dark. "Is Ling your biological daughter?" Ding Shan smiled bitterly and said, "Of course he's my biological son." Ding Peng's role was to balance yin and yang, and he was used as a medium. "Ling is a girl. If she's not my biological daughter, why would I raise her?" Yunxiao looked at him suspiciously, clearly not believing him. Sister Xianxian is my biological sister Xianxian." Suddenly, Ding Peng's weak voice was heard, and he struggled to say, "There's a birthmark on my sister's waist that's exactly the same as mine. It's definitely not the devil's." He tore his long robe, and there was indeed a crescent-shaped birthmark at the waist. He pointed at it and said, "Big sister's birthmark is the same as mine." Yunxiao immediately saw the birthmark, and he felt an indescribable sense of relief. "I see. Unfilial son. Die." Ding Shan shouted coldly and said angrily, "Disgraceful! Die!" He struck out with his palm, and several beams of light interweaved in the center of his palm. With a boom, the space in front of him was instantly torn into pieces, and Ding Peng was completely crushed before he could even scream. "Humph! I've raised you for over 10 years, and this is how you repay me? This is the consequence of being unfilial." His face was cold as he looked at the ground full of minced meat with a cruel expression. Yunxiao had sensed danger and wanted to stop it, but it was too late. After all, Ding Peng was Ding Ling younger brother. Such a big change in his background, and his younger brother had been killed by his adoptive father after being used by him, would be a big blow to him. He was so upset that he blamed himself for not being able to save Ding Peng. "Young Master Yunxiao, please don't believe what that unfilial son said," Ding Shan said seriously. "Ling is undoubtedly my beloved daughter. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her manage Tianyuan Trading Company for so many years." Yunxiao was taken aback. These words suddenly solved some of his doubts. No wonder the power of the entire Tianyuan Trading Company seemed so weak when Ding Ling was in charge. It turned out that Ding Ling was not her biological daughter, so the core power had always been in Ding Shan's hands and had never been demoted. "Didn't you already betroth Ling to the eldest young master of Looming Mansion? A daughter doesn't marry 2 husbands." Yunxiao said slowly. "Ha, what a joke! What eldest young master of Looming Mansion? Who the hell is he?" Ding Shan coldly laughed. "You're good. Ding Shan, you're good." Jing Shaoyi, who had been squatting on the ground and healing the 3 elders, stood up when he heard this. He was so angry that his face turned red. "You've completely offended our Looming Mansion. What's waiting for you is Wufu." Bang! A yellow aurora shot into his head, and before he could even speak, it exploded like a watermelon. He became a headless corpse on the spot and fell down. Ah! The 3 elders of Looming Mansion were dumbfounded. Soon, they cried out in grief and indignation, "Young Master! Young Master! We're useless! We're useless to protect Young Master!" The 3 of them were already like lamps that had run out of oil. Their hair was white and their skin was wrinkled. At this moment, they looked even more miserable as they cried. The rest of the warriors also felt sad. They knew that they couldn't escape this time, and their eyes couldn't help but turn red. "AI!" Ding Shan heaved a long sigh. "It's rare for the 3 elders to be so loyal and righteous. How can I break other people's moral integrity? I'll send you to follow your young master now." The three elders were also pierced through the chest by Aurora Polaris, spurting blood and dying on the spot. No. Zhu Qishui gritted his teeth. The one who started this will have no descendants. Ding Shan, you'll definitely die without descendants. Tisk. Tisk. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wisui. Ding Shan smiled elegantly, and there seemed to be a trace of pride on his face. He said, "This little brother has a son for a long time. It's just that he's never been by my side. Don't worry, he's already accomplished, and his future achievements will definitely not be below mine. On the other hand, Brother Qishui, your words are so vicious that I'm already harboring hatred in my heart. I'll go investigate my 3 clans' relatives later." His words were neither fast nor slow, and there was no color in them, as if he was talking about a trivial matter in life. However, when everyone heard it, they couldn't help but shiver, and a chill kept surging from the bottom of their hearts. Zhu Qishui's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he roared, "Bastard! The whole merchant union will not let you off for what you've done." "Thank you for your reminder, brother," Ding Shan said. "I believe that everyone here is a man of integrity and will not spread what happened today." Everyone shivered and didn't dare to make a sound. Su Wanson's face was livid. "Ding Shan, if you had killed the 2 of us, Mando and the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce wouldn't have fallen into your hands. Myriad Treasures Store and Money Gang have always been eyeing us like tigers watching their prey. If you can let the 2 of us live, we can obey you, which means that you have control of 3 chambers of commerce behind the scenes at the same time, which is enough to become an existence to compete with the Myriad Treasures Store and Money Gang." Ding Shan cupped his fists and said, "Thank you for thinking about me, brothers. However, since I'm using you as medicinal herbs, I've naturally thought of the next response. Once the 2 brothers die, the 2 large chambers of commerce will naturally fall into my hands." "You're so silly." The 2 of them were stunned. They felt that the person in front of them had calculated everything correctly and was too terrifying. Su Wanson let out a long sigh and said, "Lord Ding Shan, we admit defeat, and we are sincerely convinced of our defeat. I, Su Wanson, am a hero with a reputation in the world. I don't want to be humiliated by you. After you leave today, I hope you won't implicate my family." He slammed his palm on his own forehead, and a line of blood instantly shot out. His body fell to the ground, dead. Zhu Qishui knew that he would not be spared, so he immediately knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to Ding Shan. He said with tears of blood, "It was my slip of the tongue just now. I hope you can forgive me if I have offended you in any way. Please don't involve my family." Bang! Zhu Qishui slammed his head on the ground after he finished speaking. The rocks were shattered, and his head fell off. Blood flowed in all directions through the cracks in the rocks. 2 of the 7 Chamber of Commerce's, the 2 famous presidents, had died a tragic death. What was even more lamentable was that they had to beg the enemy before they died. Everyone's faces turned pale, and endless sorrow spread in their hearts. "Too tragic, too tragic." Yunxiao shook his head and said, "I can't stand it anymore. So, I plan to go back and take a nap to drive this nightmare out of my mind. Goodbye, Lord Ding Shan." He turned into a bolt of lightning and tried to escape from the hall. "Young Master Yunxiao, you're being naughty again. Back then, the East Ocean killed 8,000 miles of the ocean, and the entire ocean was covered in dazzling red rainbows, but you didn't have any nightmares." Ding Shan's figure flickered, and 9-colored aurora gushed out from his body. As he flicked his 5 fingers, they crisscrossed with each other and turned into a large net that covered the sky and covered the earth. The entire hall was immediately enveloped by 9 lights. "You should stay and be my son-in-law. Pala!" As soon as Yunxiao's figure touched an orange light, it bounced off and transformed into his true form, with countless electric arcs rising from his body and shining brightly. Luo Gaoyuan stood up with his saber in hand and shouted, "Lord Feiyang, let's join forces and kill this old thief." Yunxiao's face darkened. It was not that he had not thought about killing Ding Shan, especially since he was almost certain that he was the murderer of Yuan Bo. But, if he were to fight with all his might here, half of New Yen City would be destroyed. At this moment, There were countless experts in the city, and no one could say for sure what kind of chain reaction would occur. Moreover, Ding Linger was still in his hands, so he seemed to be a little cautious. The other party was also a divine transcendence expert. Even if he joined forces with Yu, if he insisted on escaping, it would be very difficult to escape. For a moment he was hesitant. Good son-in-law, as long as you submit to me, the great situation of the merchant union will be in my pocket. It will be a great benefit for you. Let's have a good talk. Ding Shan stared at him, his divine sense completely locked on Yunxiao. The whole field fell silent under a powerful suppression, and only some heavy breathing could be heard. Yunxiao's heart lurched. He saw a kind of determination in Ding Shan's eyes, a determination that he must get rid of. Where do you get your confidence from? Do you think you're invincible just because you've entered divine transcendence? Of course not. However, without this kind of power that transcended the martial Tao, it was impossible for one to conquer the world. This is just the beginning. Ding Shan's eyes shot out a bright light, and he said heroically, "With your help, I can compete not only in the merchant union, but also in the whole world." "I'm sorry, but I don't have any great ambitions," Yunxiao said. "I just want to practice my martial arts and alchemy in peace and be a beautiful man." Ding Shan revealed a look of deep disappointment inside. "My heart was with the moon, but the moon shone on the ditch." His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his entire body slowly floated up. His body shone with a bright white light, like a pearl. Yunxiao immediately became vigilant. He held the frost sword in his hand and pointed the tip of the sword forward, letting out a sword sound that lingered in the air. According to his estimation, Ding Shan had just broken through the shackles of the peak of martial Tao. There was still a certain distance between his realm and the true divine transcendence. It was almost impossible to keep him here. Everyone hurriedly retreated to the sides, both surprised and overjoyed. They were overjoyed because if Yunxiao attacked, they would have a better chance of escaping, but they were shocked because they were afraid that the aftermath of the battle would turn them into ashes. Suddenly, an opening was slowly torn open in the extremely oppressive air current. Glazed light flickered out. Someone had actually entered by force. "This aura is dense." Yunxiao was taken aback. He took a few steps back and turned his sword around, putting up a defensive posture. "Let him go." The ray of light was still in a daze as it spoke faintly. But under Yunxiao's gaze, he had already seen the man's true identity, and all the doubts in his heart were swept away. With this man's support, it was no wonder that Ding Shan had such great confidence and courage. Ding Shan seemed to be very unwilling, frowning as he said, "But Ing Luo, you can't stop him with your current power," the man said. "Even with me, you might not be able to." "How is this possible?" Ding Shan was shocked and said in disbelief. "He's only just broken through to the mid-stage 9-star Martial Emperor realm, but he's already so far from you and me in terms of realm. Don't forget that he has a supreme grade profound level weapon and a divine transcendence expert as his follower," the man said. "If we really fight, New Yen City will be in ruins before Ling Bai comes." Ding Shan's entire body trembled, and he said in shock, "A divine transcendence expert? How is this possible?" The rest of the people were also shocked. It was known to the world that Yunxiao had a supreme grade mystic artifact, but it was simply unimaginable that he had an extraordinary expert following him. The man's voice was still flat and unremarkable. "I'm certain of this. Even if I can keep that man busy, are you sure you can keep Yunxiao here?" Ding Shan snorted and smiled bitterly. "Even if I'm confident, I can't do it in such a critical moment." He slowly landed on the ground, the light on his body completely dissipating. Yunxiao's eyes turned from the glazed light to Ding Shan suspiciously. The white light gave him a sense of trepidation, as if it contained an extremely powerful move and artifact, and even a little familiar. "Good son-in-law, I don't want to fight you. I hope you can consider my suggestion today." Ding Shan was also an outstanding person, changing his face faster than turning the pages of a book. Yunxiao turned his eyes back to the glass light and said with a smile, "So it's you. Since you've already come out, why don't you show yourself for everyone to see? Besides, I haven't seen you for many years. Have you gained weight or slimmed down? This young master really misses you. The man didn't speak for a long time before he said, We'll meet again soon. You and I are friends, not enemies. I hope so, Xianxia said with a smile. He turned around and left with his sword in hand. A ray of sword radiance struck out and instantly shattered the barrier around him. The space around him seemed to blur for a moment. Then, with a flash of lightning, he disappeared. As soon as the barrier was broken, everyone was thrown into chaos and flew in all directions. Dingshan flew into a rage and scolded Xianxia. He quickly performed incantation gestures with both hands, sending out beams of auroras that shot through the air and formed a net, trying to stop the crowd again. Forget it, let them go. You've already caused such a big commotion, the man in the glazed light said. The whole world will know about it soon. There's no point in killing these people. Dingshan muttered to himself for a moment, then waved his hand. Instantly, the light that filled the sky dispersed. More than half of the hall had been destroyed during the battle with Xianxia, so there were only a few corpses and a large piece of minced meat left on the ground. The people of Tianyuan Trading Company were also trembling in fear, not daring to speak. Su Hong, get someone to clean up this place. At the same time, tidy up the meeting hall. I have to entertain the important guests, Dingshan said. Yes, Su Hong quickly replied. After experiencing this, his mind was still in a daze and he could only do things mechanically. No need, I didn't want to appear. But, when I saw that you were going to deal with Xianxia by force, I had no choice but to come out and stop you. At the same time, I'd like to ask for a pill from you, the figure in the glass light said. Dingshan's gaze fell on the yin-yang cauldron. Inside, there were 5 medicinal pills that were overflowing with light and color, and their spiritual energy was overbearing. The glazed light became stronger and stronger as it shook. The space was gradually torn apart, and the ball of light slowly fell to the ground, turning into 3 figures. The one in the lead wore a plain gray robe and looked calm. He was Kangwu Qiong, one of the Holy Region's administrative divisions. One of the 2 people behind him was his disciple, Zhou Chu, and the other was Qin Chuan. Dingshan looked at Qin Chuan, his eyes becoming somewhat hot. The spirituality of these 5 pills is extremely high, Kangwu Qiong said. I wonder how high they are. Dingshan retracted his gaze, sighed, and said, Yunxiao's interference this time has achieved my intended purpose, but it's a great pity. These 5 pills only have the power of 7 yin and 7 yang, and their effects are 1/10 of the real 9 yin and 9 yang. That's already pretty good, Kangwu Qiong replied. I didn't know that Li Yunxiao was among the people you picked, or I would have stopped you. It's all because Linger begged me to let Li Yunxiao come, Dingshan said with a bitter face. Besides, he has a supreme-grade profound-level weapon. How can I not be tempted? Who would have thought that he'd be able to see through my technique and even get a share of the loot? Kangwu Qiong's expression changed as well, and he said in a deep voice, Don't forget that he's Gu Feiyang. In the future, don't go against him at will. He's involved in too many things, and I'm afraid he's holding the will of heaven, so don't provoke him lightly. Dingshan had never seen him so cautious. He was stunned for a moment before saying, I know. Now that you've become a divine transcendence expert, you'd never have imagined that the fake pill formula he intentionally leaked would actually create a peerless expert. He'll receive the news soon, and I wonder how much regret he'll have. Dingshan sneered coldly. Wanixin still thinks that everything is within his calculations, but he doesn't know that countless variables have already been created. Now that I have the 4 chambers of commerce in Tianyuan, Leifeng, Mando, and Tianyi, it's impossible for him to even unify the merchant union, let alone dominate the world. His face was full of excitement, and the more he spoke, the happier he became. However, his eyes would occasionally look at Qin Chuan. Kangwu Qiong said, If you weren't afraid of Ling Bai's incident, I would have let you use this move later and break through to divine transcendence. At that time, the power of the Myriad Treasures Tower would be weakened. You could then take advantage of the situation and rise. That would be the best. However, I'm afraid that you're not strong enough. It'll be troublesome if an accident happens midway. I'm in a very good state at the moment, Ding Shan said. The feeling of standing at the peak of life is too wonderful. I can't wait to arrive as soon as possible. Kangwu Qiong laughed. We've already waited for more than 20 years, so why would we care about such a short time? As for how far you can go, that'll all depend on your own luck. Ding Shan chuckled. Don't worry, I've been scheming for 20 years. Furthermore, I've been lurking in the Myriad Treasure Tower for more than 10 years. It'll definitely be foolproof. His gaze was fixed on Qin Chuan the entire time, and it became more and more heated, as if he wanted to say something, but he hesitated. Qin Chuan's expression was also somewhat excited. Finally, he took a step forward and bowed, saying, Your child greets Lord Father. Ha ha ha. Ding Shan laughed happily and hurriedly went forward to help him up. He said happily, The day I've been waiting for has finally come. You and I, father and son, will be reunited. The two of them were very excited, their arms and legs tightly intertwined. Ding Shan's eyes were slightly red as he said, You must have suffered a lot following Black Universe Protector. Father has not fulfilled his responsibility for so many years. When I unify the Merchant Union and rule the world, I will make it up to you. Father, you're being too serious. I'm fine being by Master's side, Qin Chuan replied with a smile. Good, good. I should really thank Lord Heiyuhu for raising my son to such an outstanding level. Ding Shan was very gratified and happy and said, Come back to my side now. Your mother's surname is Qin, so she asked you to call her Qin Chuan. Now it's time for you to change your surname back. From now on, you'll be Ding Chuan. Qin Chuan said, I've been using the surname Qin for so many years. I'm not used to changing it all of a sudden. Moreover, I also want to commemorate my mother who I've never met. I'll still be called Ding Qin Chuan. Ding Qin Chuan, Ding Qin Chuan. Ding Shan repeated it a few times and repeatedly applauded. He said, Good name, good name. From now on, you'll be called Ding Qin Chuan. Qin Chuan faintly smiled, and his emotions were also mixed. He immediately hugged Ding Shan and affectionately called out, Father! Yes, good son. The father and son hugged each other tightly, both extremely happy. Zhou Chu was dumbfounded. Only now did he know Qin Chuan's true identity. He couldn't help but laugh. Congratulations, brother Qin Chuan, for recognizing your ancestors and clan. Qin Chuan smiled as he expressed his thanks. He then said, Ding Peng is dead. What about Ling Er? How does father plan to deal with little sister Ling Er? I know you have a good relationship with Ling Er, Ding Shan said. If you like her, you can marry her and be her wife or concubine. Or you can just play with her. It's up to you. It's just that father killed her younger brother, and that year he killed her family. I'm afraid that this hatred will be buried in her heart, and one day it will sprout. Qin Chuan sighed worriedly and said, I really didn't expect things to come to this. I've always regarded Ling Er as my younger sister. Moreover, I already have someone in my heart. Father, you're overthinking things. Oh? Which family's daughter is so lucky to be able to receive my son's favor? Ding Shanyi's interest was piqued. I won't say anything for now, Qin Chuan said with a smile, his face slightly red. Haha, you're shy. Fine. I'll just wait and see who in this world is worthy of my son. Ding Shan laughed, then immediately retracted his smile. A cold light flashed in his eyes as he said, Since you are not interested in Ling Er, this girl will always be a scourge, Luo. Qin Chuan's entire body trembled as he hurriedly exclaimed, No! Although I won't marry Ling Er, I don't want her to be hurt. Moreover, her existence won't have much of an impact on us. So I hope that father won't fight with her. All right, since you're the one asking for her hand in marriage, I'll spare that girl. Besides, this girl will be an excellent card to use against Yunxiao. I hope Sister Ling Er can be with Li Yunxiao in the end, Qin Chuan said with a worried look. I hope she can be with Li Yunxiao in the end. Ding Shan looked at him and said earnestly, Son, a man can't be too sentimental or he'll be a hero. I'll remember father's teachings, Qin Chuan said as he cupped his fists. Kangwu Qiong laughed. This is the first time you've reunited as father and son. You should be enjoying your time with your family. However, now is not the time. Let's meet again in the future. Sir Kangwu Cheong is right. I still hope to learn from Master for a few more years, Qin Chuan replied. Ding Shan patted his shoulder and said in relief, That's good. Following Lord Black Universe Protector is indeed better than staying here. Work hard, son. This world will be yours in the future. I will, Qin Chuan said with determination. Kangwu Cheong replied, It's getting late. I'm afraid that Wan Qian will send someone over soon. It's not appropriate for me to stay here. How many of these pills can you give me? Ding Shan frowned and said, How many? How much do you need? I was planning to give it all to my son. With Qin Chuan's current strength, it's a bit of a waste to consume 5 pills, Kangwu Cheong muttered. How about this? I'll take 2 and leave 3 for him. What do you think? Ding Shan looked at Qin Chuan with a slight inquiry. Qin Chuan hurriedly said, 3 pills are enough. After you take these 3 pills, Kangwu Cheong said with a smile, you'll be invincible among all the young people in the world except for Li Yunxiao. Qin Chuan's eyes flickered with a cold glint as he replied, I hope that one day, I will be able to catch up to him and battle him at the peak. Ding Shan laughed. Haha, you're ambitious. I like it, but don't be discouraged. After all, Yunxiao is the reincarnation of Gu Feiyang, and he has the experience of his previous life, as well as the heaven-defying opportunities. You can't compare to him in all aspects. There will be a chance. Let's go, Kangwu Cheong said. He waved his arm. An array of light flew out and swept up the 5 elixirs in the yin-yang cauldron. 3 of them were shot towards Qin Chuan. Then, he turned around and the 3 of them turned into glass lights and disappeared from the hall. In a short time, all kinds of rumors and news spread throughout the whole New Yen city. The whole city of the Merchant Union was shocked, and the great influence continued to spread to all parts of the realm of heavenly martial arts. I heard that Ding Shan killed 18 9-star martial sovereigns sent by Ling Bai by himself. He drank their blood and directly crossed the peak of martial Dao, becoming one of the few experts in the world. Are you stupid? Where did you hear that from? The 18 9-star martial sovereigns were the hidden experts of Tianyuan Trading Company, and they were all killed by Ling Bai in one night. TSK. Martial Emperor Night Shadow is indeed scary. No way? Ling Bai had come? He really dares to come. Why wouldn't I? Even the young master of Tianyuan Trading Company, Ding Shan's son, Ding Pong, had half of his head cut off by Ling Bai's wild geese falling on the sand technique. He died on the spot. Ding Shan almost went crazy, and he only managed to force Ling Bai back after going crazy. A titled martial sovereign is so powerful that Ding Shanbai has to send off his black-haired son. Such a huge business without a successor, it's really pitiful. Exactly. I'm afraid that Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce will never recover and will withdraw from the Council of the Business Union. Alas, the matter of Tianyuan Trading Company had stirred up a storm in New Yen City, and for a time people were even more anxious. It was quiet in Empyrean 1 Pavilion, but it seemed a little bleak under the sunlight. Su Liani was deeply worried and her face didn't look good. The news she received was naturally the most accurate, and she knew everything. Besides, Yunxiao had disappeared after the incident, and there was no trace of him at all. How is it? She asked one of her disciples. All the core members of Empyrean 1 Pavilion had gathered together. They had different expressions on their faces as they conversed carefully. Yes, President, the disciple said hurriedly. There's still no news of Li Yunxiao. The new president has already taken over the Thunderwind Chamber of Commerce and the Mando Chamber of Commerce. He announced that the Tianyuan Chamber of Commerce would be the leader of the 2 chambers of commerce, and the 3 chambers of commerce will work together to form an eternal alliance. What did it mean to be allies forever? Wasn't the business alliance an ally? They actually secretly made some kind of alliance. One of the elders was in a bad mood. Su Liani only felt a wave of exhaustion. This result was inevitable after the incident happened. Also, she finally understood why Zhu Qishui and Su Wanxin suddenly distanced themselves from him. It turned out that they were on Ding Shan's side and wanted to fight against the Myriad Treasure Store together. However, they didn't want to be the first to die tragically. The two major chambers of commerce were just handed over to someone else. She couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart, and her whole body was cold. What kind of people were in the merchant union? How could they have such a deep and terrifying plan? He was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, either by Myriad Treasure Store or Tianyuan Trading Company. Mr. President, since things have come to this, why don't we choose a side earlier to avoid falling into a passive situation where neither side will benefit? One of the elders suggested. Then which side do you think is more suitable? Su Lianyi said coldly. The elder's eyes brightened. Although Ding Shan has entered divine transcendence and swallowed up the other two chambers of commerce, he still hasn't had enough time. He's not powerful enough yet. I suggest he join the 10,000 Treasures Tower. No, although Myriad Treasure Store is still the leader of the Merchant Union, they are old. In my opinion, the situation is more powerful than the people. The strong rise of Tianyuan Trading Company is the replacement of the old and the new forces. We can get the best benefits if we join President Ding Shan earlier. Another elder carefully analyzed. Seek refuge with Ding Shan? You can't be a spy he planted, right? You should know that Ding Shan is ranked behind our president in terms of seniority. Don't slander me. This wasn't an era where seniority mattered, but where the strong were king. Do you dare to say those words in front of Ding Shan? Enough! Su Lianyi was annoyed by the two's argument and angrily rebuked. The Empyrean One Pavilion won't side with anyone. Let's see which one of them can eat us up. Pa-pa! Pa-pa! A burst of applause and teasing laughter came from outside the hall. Lady Lianyi is a woman who is not inferior to men. She is so heroic. It's a pity that this is not a wise move. All the people of the Empyrean One Pavilion were shocked. They all stood up and looked out of the hall. More than a dozen figures rushed in, led by the golden-edged and silver-edged Old Lai, the leader of Tianyuan Trading Company.